In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. There it is. God, I have just the worst Michael J. Fox fingers with sliders and things like that. It's terrible. I was trying to find the right volume. Welcome to the show. Johnny's here. Good morning.
Good morning. Throw up that camera when you have
No.
Well, then I can't see anything.
Okay. This is what we call a stalemate in the business.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you.
No, you're welcome.
I appreciate it.
Anything else? It's like I'm out here on an island all by myself, floating, unchained to the rest of the earth.
No, I feel like that should be good. We should be fine.
It's an island joke.
I'm sorry.
Because they're not attached to the earth.
Dude, no.
Which you said it was. You said it was.
I said it was.
You said it was. You had it right. This is two men teaming up to make fun of a woman who said a stupid thing. And that's the way the world should be. Men should get together and go, hey, you know, if we're going to rule the world, we got to make sure they know when they're stupid. And we have to give them a complex about it. So
I felt weird even pointing out that I'm like, well, dude, if they weren't tied down to anything, why do they stay where they are? Like, they would move.
I thought that the funniest thing you said in the whole thing was if Hawaii wasn't attached to the ground. I don't know why this made me laugh so hard, but if Hawaii wasn't attached to the ground, how could you land a plane on it? Like, wouldn't the island just keep moving?
Right.
Was the way you put it.
Wouldn't the island just keep moving? Dangerous at tipping if you get too much weight on one side?
Right. If all we have is this island that's unattached to the land, every time a plane lands, now I don't know if that's true. It just was a funny visual to me of a plane trying to land, and like if there's too many waves, does the planet, go, or does the island go?
Does the island bounce up and down?
Yeah,
that's. Again, these are legit and honest questions to ask if anyone's like, well, no, but there's islands that float. And I'm like, well, wait a minute, hold on.
Someone pointed out on the show the other day, those are bogs. They said those are just really large bogs, and they don't count as islands. So we have a very busy show today. I don't know if you saw on the show prep, Candace Owens. So I have like an hour and a half to 2 hours when I wake up in the morning between when I wake up and when I make the kids breakfast. The kids aren't hungry right away when they wake. They sleep till about 6:30. I sleep till about 6. And I have a couple hours. So what I did Saturday morning was I just read a very funny comment and it distracted me. I turned on the Candace Owens Nick Fuentes interview. And okay. I watched it because I was like, this is gonna be fascinating, right? A black conservative in a mixed race
Gay
marriage.
conservative?
No, I didn't get to him yet.
Oh.
A black conservative and a mixed race marriage. And then, yes, a white supremacist, part Latino, probably gay guy. And by the way, Candace Owens asked him about not being married, and Nick got very defensive.
Oh.
It was the most rattled I've ever seen Nick Fuentes is when a woman said, I think part of your worldview might be shaped by the fact that you're not married and you don't have children, right?
It's going to be really hard for him to pull that second one off.
Well, and he starts going into the reason why, and he gave, like, you know, when people talk too much, you're worried that they might be, you know.
Lying?
Yeah, or like hiding something, sure. Nick gave a very long answer, and Candace Owens came back with, I'm sorry if I triggered you with that. I didn't mean to upset. He's like, you didn't trigger me, and that's kind of manipulative the way you're saying that. And they got into this full-fledged argument about why Nick isn't married and why he doesn't have kids.
Just say you're gay, bro.
Just say you're gay. Well, and then like they got into like Jew stuff, and they got into race and IQ. That was the most uncomfortable part of the interview for me. So Nick starts going through the numbers of like sub-Saharan black people and Ashkenazi Jews and white people and all of this stuff. And I don't know if Nick knew this going in, but Candace is black. And, you know, basically looking at Candace Owens and saying, and I'm paraphrasing for Nick Fuentes' take on IQ here, that black people are borderline retarded, might be a little awkward for the black woman you're doing the interview with. And so Candace Owens starts going, well, what about the ancient Egyptians? And I will say this was one of the very funny parts in the interview. Nick Fuentes basically went, come on. The ancient Egyptians weren't black. I'm like, it's fair enough. Like they're North African. They're like part Arab, part like Egyptians
They're
are
a little
almost
bit mixed of everything.
They're their own thing because like North Africa was Roman and then it was Arabic Muslim for a long time. It was conquered by, you know, Muhammad and then the caliphate after Muhammad, the Umayyad Caliphate or the Abbasid Caliphate. I'm not sure. But either way, they conquered North Africa up into Spain and all that. So it like watching a white nationalist talk to a black conservative about race and IQ that's my kind of uncomfortable. I love that kind of uncomfortable.
So you were very happy. Okay.
I was interested. And then after I watched the interview, this is a perfect day. I made the kids like the best biscuits and gravy I've ever made in my life.
Nice.
Yeah. I've still got some of the gravy. You want some of my gravy?
No.
That's the correct answer. Good job, buddy. You nailed it. Good job. That was a test.
Why am I being tested?
I just gave you what we call the gay shake test. And you passed. You passed. You were solid as a stone. Chips and Diff says, do those bogs wade in the water? Hey, a Wade Boggs joke. 3,000 hits. Eagle of America says, has Candace ever built a pyramid? Look, like I said, we've got clips of the Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens thing coming up today. It could get uncomfortable. It
could get awesome.
This is what we've got on today's show. We've got Alex Jones on Jeffrey Epstein. Alex, dude, God bless Alex. He's trying to find a way to like make Trump okay in this.
A lot of people are. In my opinion, is you can't.
No.
You can't. Not with what he ran on as a, like, we're going to expose these people and we're going to get this out there, all that stuff. And then you get into office and just go, oh, guys, no crime happened.
Tulsi Gabbard is trying to get out there and she's trying to go, you guys have no idea how deep the deep state runs. You have no idea how much I'm battling this every day and Trump's battling it every day. Now, Tulsi Gabbard's still one of those people who has a little bit of credibility because she's the one who said, look, Iran's not developing a nuke.
Yeah.
And she never changed her tune during any of the bombing, any of the Israel stuff, nothing. Tulsi, she didn't come out and reaffirm that Iran's not trying to get a nuke, but she didn't change her opinion. She just kind of stayed quiet during the whole thing. And so she came out and said something. Then I think Friday afternoon or Saturday morning, the news came out that Bongino's ready to fucking quit.
Yeah, Bongino's had it.
So it sounds like Bongino, because we kind of trash talked Bongino on this. We're like, dude, you talk so much shit.
Yeah.
And, we love Rumble, and he's a big part of Rumble. And we're like, you fucking let everybody down on this deal. You look, we said he looks like a fucking hostage in that video where he's talking about Epstein did nothing wrong. And apparently the news came out that he and Bondi they've had it with each other. They had a massive shouting match over the Epstein thing, and Bongino's ready to leave the administration. What sucks about that is that's the way it always goes. The guy who wants shit to come out, he's always got to leave. And Trump's getting Pam Bondi's back. We're going to play that a little later. Donald Trump put out a statement where he's like, hey, MAGA, you got to love Pam Bondi because I love her. And it's like, do you love her that much? She was your second choice. Like, the only reason this didn't happen is because Democrats shit their pants about Matt Gaetz. That's the only reason Pam Bondi's there. And now there's a rumor that Trump wants, did you hear the name they're throwing around for Attorney General if he does decide to get rid of Bondi?
Who?
Good old Ron DeSantis.
Oh.
That's why Ron's been so buddy-buddy lately with the Alligator Alcatraz and all that shit.
I actually am okay with that.
I would like it. I just don't, some about Ron DeSantis where I want to see him do something on the national level, but I don't think he's ready for like the primetime spot.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like that would be pretty nice.
A good like warm up or training position.
Oh boy, annoyed Wawa supervisor with some breaking news for us, Johnny. We've got breaking news thanks to annoyed Wawa supervisor. He says Bongino already quit. He stopped by 2 separate locations on his drive back to Jersey. His orders are classified. Do you think he took part in Hoagie Fest?
I hope he took part in Hoagie Fest.
Annoyed Wawa supervisor. I know you can't divulge too much, but this is breaking news, and every live show loves breaking news. Post 2 emojis if Dan Bongino took part in Hoagie Fest. Post 2 emojis. Deutsch Chad says a lot of this is required to appoint a special prosecutor. I don't buy any of that shit. I ain't buying any of the 4D chess shit surrounding Epstein. I think they got cucked.
Not if they federally come out and say there's nothing, there's no evidence, there's no crime.
That's not what they had a special prosecutor for Clinton when I was a kid, and they never came out and go, Bill never got a blowjob. We're wrapping up this Lewinsky thing and this perjury thing. There's no there. And then all of a sudden, here's Ken Starr.
Yeah, that didn't happen.
No. Oh, annoyed Wawa supervisor letting us know there is no list of Hoagie Fest clients. Never has been one. Never. Oh, no. Wait a minute. I feel
There is no Hoagie Fest. There never was.
I feel gaslit. All this time I was told there was a Hoagie Fest. There was a list of people who have partaken in Hoagie Fest. And now we're saying there's no Hoagie Fest?
Not only is there no Hoagie Fest, there never was a Wawa.
Well, now we got people. See, this is how these things get started. Mr. Beat says he definitely enjoyed Hoagie Fest. So we got Wawa telling us there's never been a Hoagie Fest. There's no Hoagie Fest client list. You got other people saying, I know he enjoyed Hoagie Fest. Boy.
I hope he did.
I already feel tense.
With what? Figuring out whether or not he's leaving, or
this Hoagie Fest thing has me feeling tense.
Oh Jesus!
I don't know. Los Federales starting us off Moneywise today says, "Morning, fellow Caucasians. 42 days till I move into my new home. Can't wait for the black family that was renting it to move out of the area so I can improve the crime stats in the area. Life is good." That sounds racist.
I hope they're not going to squat. Good luck getting them out then.
Yeah, black people can be more difficult to dislodge from a location than the Viet Cong. That sounded racist. See, now that, you know what it is?
A little bit, yeah.
I watched the Fuentes Candace Owens thing.
Yeah.
It's not my fault.
That'll do it.
I'm heavily influenced by the media. See, conflicting reports here. Nader P says, Hoagie Fest got me through last week. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says Hoagie Fest is definitely real, but there's no definable client list. Please stop your local location for $6 hoagies and absolute privacy. except for Chad Zumach, we still want our 10-foot Android chargers back. There you go. Hey, I got big news for you. Couple of big news items today. Number one, it's a mixed bag. It's good news and bad news. You know how for the last 3 weeks we've been ahead on our goal, no goals?
Yeah.
For 3 weeks. Bad news, we do have a goal today.
Okay.
Good news is $80.
All right, so that's doable.
So we can do one of two things, and I'm okay with either of these results, whatever the audience decides. I mean, over 3 weeks with no goals, it's been the most amazing run for Steel Toe. I've had so much fun.
Mm-hmm.
Take it easy. We knock out our 80. We go back to normal tomorrow, right? That's an option.
Right.
Option number two, have a good day monetarily. It doesn't have to be like a normal knock out the goal day, but have a good day monetarily. You make a tiny little goal for tonight. They have a good night monetarily, and then, we keep this train we keep the high going a little bit. Are we going to have a few more beers at 4 a.m. to keep the party going until the sun comes up, or are we going to get some sleep and have a good day tomorrow and try to limit the hangover? That's what we have to decide. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We've also developed a 5th place in our standings on the scroll because people have been asking for a cuck chair.
All right.
So we have now installed a cuck chair as 5th place. Yes, so if you are in 5th place, you will now be known as the cuck chair. All right, today, so I am in a shitty t-shirt.
Mm-hmm.
I have a shitty pair of Reebok shorts on that have multiple holes in them, none in the cock. And the reason I'm wearing dog shit clothes on this morning's show is because immediately after today's show, and I mean immediately, I have to go finally stain the deck.
You're going to get the deck stained once and for all?
Today is deck staining day, and the reason today has to be deck staining day. So on Friday, I pressure washed. All right?
Mm-hmm.
Got a nice pressure washing in, got it all. It looks nice and stripped down. It's ready to receive the gift of
stain.
Protective stain. Tomorrow afternoon / tomorrow night, it's supposed to rain.
So you got to get it done so
well,
it dries.
Here's the thing. Normal stain needs 48 hours, right?
Mm-hmm.
The stuff I got says 24 is all, you can make it in 24. I got about 36. The problem is I could let it go. It's like, hey, man, I got it pressure washed, so it's good.
Mm-hmm.
I could let it rain and then give it 48 hours to dry. The problem is I give it that 48 hours to dry. I then need 48 hours after. There's nothing like that coming in the next week. I don't have that run. This is the best run I've got. So I had a choice. I could stain it early and give myself the 48 hours of no rain yesterday, but then that would only be, I pressure washed it Saturday morning. That would only be 24 hours of letting it dry. I didn't want to put the stain on and soak in seal in whatever moisture was in those boards.
Yeah, because then you're just going to cause rot inside.
Exactly. So I'm going to give it the 48 hours to dry. I'm going to stain it. That stain's going to get about 30 to 36 hours to settle in. And I'm going to pray to God that's enough for it not to warp.
All right.
That's where so I'm a little stressed out about the staining thing today. But dude,
I'm sure it'll be fine.
It's winter in Minnesota. I don't have 96 hours of uninterrupted time with no rain in July in Minnesota.
Right. What does winter in Minnesota have to do with this?
Did I say winter?
You said it's winter in Minnesota.
Oh, it's summer. No, I'm sorry to anyone. I've been gaslighting. No, it is indeed summer in Minnesota. So there is.
I was horribly underdressed for a minute.
No. Froze Dick Dave says deck stain talk. Hell yeah. I'm done with that. I just wanted to point out.
Right.
That
just
I had
talking
some
about your day for a second. Moving on.
It is amazing. The gimme now of the internet. Yeah. What's nice about radio? You kick your feet up. You can talk about some shit. And as you talk about that shit, a bit can come along from that shit. The boring stuff sometimes brings you the best shit. The internet, it goes, oh yeah, by the way, I'm wearing shitty clothes today. I look like garbage because I'm staining my deck. And instead of like, oh, let's see where this goes. I have a deck staining story too. Here's something I could contribute to the show. It goes right to, you fucking deck stain talk, you piece of shit. What? There's nothing.
Who talks about staining their deck, fag?
Yeah, you want to talk about staining your deck? You fucking suck. And it's like, this seems like projection. It always seems like insecurities of others coming out. By the way, thank you, Long Balls, starting us off with the... Not in these shorts, I'll tell you that much. Long Balls with $10 says, this is for a happy ending massage. Coming right up. Redbird with $1 says, good morning. Been enjoying the drama-free shows. A lot of people have. We had one of our most watched episodes in years on Tuesday.
Nice.
We averaged over 900 people on Restream. We maxed out at 1136. So thank you guys very much for that. And hit like, hit share, hit subscribe. It makes a difference. So thank you very much for the fantastic numbers as of late. All right. Atomic Ray says, stain doesn't seal. What trapping you doing there? Toe Crockett. That doesn't make any sense. Yes, the stain does seal in. Any moisture I would have in the boards would be sealed in once I stain it. Whoa. That
Sorry.
sounded like a problem. That sounded like a health issue. Or
No,
like
that
not a
was-
health
that
issue,
was-
but an emergency.
That was a backfire.
Okay.
That's all it was.
Did you go with a transparent stain or semi or solid stain? I went with a solid stain. I prefer a solid stain. Semi-transparent / semi-solid is okay. I prefer the most solid stain a man can get. And then, instead of rollers, I went with the big, you attach it to your broom handle. It's a big sponge, and I can do a
So you're just going to mop it out.
couple
There you go.
boards at a time. Yeah, I'm very excited about that. Coltrane says, I pressure what? Look at this. People saying, oh, fucking, deck
Talk about
stain
your
talk.
deck shit and your fucking morning husband do list.
This is a show for Menards dads, and Menards dads chime in on shit like this. Coltrane says,
stain their deck.
I pressure washed my whole fucking house and deck / steps yesterday. I got scorched in the sun. See, it's called relatability. It anchors me to the common man.
Not a lot does, but that does.
Menards dad. I went to Menards twice this weekend. I had to get a tin, something to put the stain in that would fit my new sponge thing.
Yeah.
The tin I had was good for a roller.
Not good for the sponge.
Not good for the sponge. So I had to go back to Menards. And, of course, I got a new Sprecher Cola Maple Root Beer 4-pack while I was at it.
The fuck is Sprecher Cola?
You don't know what Sprecher Cola is? Sprecher
Sounds
Cola.
very German.
It's a craft soda that Menards carries, and they have a bunch of wacky fucking diabetes flavors.
Okay.
And one of them was maple root beer, and I couldn't say no. You know what it tastes like?
Maple and root beer?
Nah, it tastes like root beer.
Oh.
I don't get where the maple's coming from. I don't understand it. All right, we got more stories. We got more stories
Deck
on
stories?
the deck spraying. We got Packer Backer saying, I replaced all the wood deck we had with composite decking and PVC railing and I don't know what balusters are. I'll never look back. Miss Tay says, long balls nearly RIP Johnny with that one. Yeah, you liked
Yeah,
long
dude,
balls.
it was actually Long Balls got me with his name.
Yeah.
It was Long Balls. Oh, damn. That still brings a smile to me.
Miss Tay
Joy.
says, stain is just a color, right? No, it was a band in the late 90s to early 2000s. It's
And
been
then
a
he
while.
broke off and started doing his own thing, and
Yeah,
it just
kind of a weird country folk rock thing, and he sang
Yeah.
I think the national anthem mostly. That's what he did. Aaron Lewis. No, stain is a protective covering for your deck. It comes in different colors. Like I do a natural cedar stain.
Doesn't it need to be a stain and sealant to do the protective part?
Yeah, but it's like the stuff I
the
call
one you
I
have
just
is a
call
2
it
for 1.
stain. It is
Right.
it's a sealant stain thing. Yeah, I got everything I need. And that's all right by me. Let's go. Somebody too says, so you're staining all the way around each board. Doubtful, so the wood can still breathe. Just fucking stain it. No. So the bottom of my deck is sealed off. I can't get
Yeah.
under there. It's not like a split level deck where it's, this and then you can stand underneath it. I can't even crawl under my deck. It's more of like a
Completely
patio.
sealed off.
Yeah, it's like a patio deck kind of a thing. There's lattice around it, that whole deal. Rabbits get in and out of there, the little fuckers. They stare at Gordy when he goes outside. Dude, honestly, the life's little pleasures. When I let Gordy out and he stops on the deck because he sees a bunny and the rabbit and Gordy stare at each other and they don't fucking quit. Like they'll
Staring at each other?
Gordy won't go down the stairs to go pee. The rabbit won't cede ground. I have to step in or I'll be sitting there watching a staring contest all night because Gordy ain't going to break eye contact. The rabbit ain't going to break eye contact. I got to go like...
Is he afraid of the rabbit? Or does he want to
He's
go after
he's curious. He's cautious of the rabbit. And the rabbit is distrusting of Gordy. It's...
Should be.
No, they're both very socially well-adjusted, I believe, in that regard.
Okay.
I got a fucking dog story for you. We're going to get away from deck staining and we're going to go to dogs. Here in a second, I got a fucking dog. I got a scandal. I have a neighborhood scandal.
Okay.
Coming up.
Now I'm curious.
Oh, yeah. Los Federales with $1 says, not sure it's tow-worthy clip, but this speed camera in my city has been vandalized and cut down 6 times in 8 months. We can check it out. We got a lot today. We got the Alex Jones stuff. We got the Epstein stuff. Then we got Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes. I'm excited about all of it. Plus the bubonic plague is back. We got to check that out. Redbird with $1 says, watch the members only show over the weekend. How many times have you told 90% of your audience to go fuck themselves? I'm going to cater to this 10% and then wonder where the money went. Am I wondering where the money went?
I don't know.
We've been fucking doing great on the money. This has been a remarkably generous audience. I don't know what to tell you, bud. Los Federales with $1 says, how much pressure do you need to pressure wash a deck? I got to do the same thing to my deck in my new home, but my pressure washer is only 1,700 PSI. Is that enough, coach? I got to tell you, I have a pressure washer. It's black and orange. It has a gas tank. It can blow a hole in my foot. That's what I know. That's what I know.
Blow a hole in your foot?
Well, I hit my ring toe. I accidentally hit my ring toe when I was staining, and it cut it. It opened it.
Oh.
Yeah. So that fucker will tear your flesh off, my friend.
Ugh.
My pressure washer does not fuck around. Oh, my God. You want to do something? Pressure wash your siding where you, like, grill and smoke meats.
And just watch the fucking curtains of gray shit come off your house?
I imagine it's like when smokers take a cleaning rag and wet it and then wipe
and
their
then go
walls.
over a white wall and realize that those two sides are actually more of an off yellow. Yeah, I bet
Holy
so.
shit. All right, don't let me forget about the scandal. I want to catch up with the chat. I want to talk to the
Right.
people for a minute.
Then we have dog scandal.
I have a dog scandal to report. All right, 70 away from this morning. Thank you, guys. Solid, you better prime the deck first or it will fail. We're good. We got it. All moisture would do is change the way the stain is absorbed, so it might be splotchy. Yeah, that's kind of what we're looking at today. I didn't want to lock in any moisture. So I just, instead what I did was I'm going to wait the 48 for dryness, and then I'm going to put it on and give it 30 and see how it goes, and maybe it ends up splotchy. We'll see. If you're using a solid stain, because it's more of a paint. Yes. Hulkamasha Baby says, do you put stain on with the roller? Use a rag to put it on and a rag to wipe off the excess. Well, I'm using a sponge kind of a thing.
So it's pretty much the same deal.
Yeah. Nova says, how can water be trapped in the boards if you can't seal the bottom of the... That's a great fucking point.
Well, unless like the boards were pre-treated when you got them.
No, I think he's right. I think he raises a good point. I'm a stupid asshole.
Entirely possible.
Yeah, that's not a bad point that the guy makes. Don't forget to pressure wash your tarantula. Oh, that would take everything. This pressure washer, I'd look like Hulk Hogan after the whole thing was over. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? Eric Cartman says, Aaron is cosplaying a DIY dad. Oh, bro, if you tasted my gravy this weekend, you would know I ain't playing. Can somebody please quote and tweet that?
Yeah.
Aaron Imholt, if you tasted my gravy, you would know. If you tasted my gravy this weekend, you would know I ain't playing.
Oh, Lord.
It's true, though. My gravy game was fucking on point, dude.
And I'm happy for you. It's just a really weird thing to hear someone say.
No, but if you taste my gravy, you would know where I'm coming from.
I ain't gay, bro.
It ain't about gay. It ain't about. It's about appreciation.
Yeah, that's what they all say until you're tasting their gravy. And oh, you're gay, bro.
Yeah, it's good gravy. Good gravy. That's what they say. Froze Dick Dave says, "What's the PSI rating on your pressure washer? Cut my foot open. That's its PSI. Don't you get smart with me. Taste the gravy, bitch. Taste the gravy. That's all you got to know. Is taste the gravy." Tolkien Studies says gravy or sauce. Don't do the sauce gravy thing. It's gravy.
It's biscuits and gravy. It's a gravy.
It's biscuits and gravy. You know what I'm talking about. This guy knows what I'm talking about. All right, scandal. You want scandal? You want gossip? Are you ready for scandal and gossip?
Yes,
take your weed out and we'll talk about.
Yeah, I wanted to I didn't want to have the mic on for a second.
I just saw your weed a little bit ago. Why how much?
I haven't changed it. This is the same thing I started with.
I'm not a weed guy, so I need to know
there's like multiple toots in here unless you go hard the whole thing right away.
Is there multiple toots? You should call it a toot because that shit stinks. That shit smells like.
Oh Lord, it does. I got stuff from the new dispensary in town, and prices are fair. Tax is a fucking bitch.
Really?
Oh yeah. Like 45 and 8 is a pretty decent price, but when you turn around and like, oh, we're gonna add an extra $20 for tax, and you're like, Jesus.
That's what happens when Democrats legalize shit, bro.
I said that to somebody else, and they go, well, you could thank all your Republicans for that. Like everyone's picking their side and blaming the other one.
Oh, that's nice. Well, nobody blames Epstein. That's good. All right, scandal.
He didn't do anything.
Scandal. Here we go. Check this shit out. Do you guys remember a story I told? Maybe I didn't tell it on the air because, we had a break for Christmas. But on Christmas Day, there was a dog wandering the neighborhood, and he came up my back stairs.
With his gravy. Anyways.
Sundown, you'd better take care if I find your dog's creeping round my back stairs. So, this little kind of a Shih Tzu looking thing, probably purebred, Shih Tzu wearing a sweater, was walking up the back deck. I let him in the house. Comes in, Gordy loses his fucking mind. I don't want this dog freezing in the middle of winter.
Right, it's fucking Minnesota winter.
Sure, so I let him in. Comes in, immediately sniffs around my house, lifts his leg, pisses on my wall in the living room to mark his territory, the little shitbag. So I give him a thing of food, and I put him out in the garage. It's warm. He'll be fine there. And it's the loudest fucking crying I've ever heard from a dog. You would think I was torturing this dog to death, and I was killing them. I was torturing animals. And I was putting him amongst the corpses. This dog was screaming so loud. So this dog is screaming. So I'm like, all right, I got to let him in the house. Gordy's losing his shit. All that dog wants to do is play with Gordy. Gordy wants to rip this dog's throat out. So SP comes over and we start walking around the neighborhood, seeing if anybody owns this
missing
dog.
A dog.
We didn't have no tags, anything like that. But he had a sweater on, so clearly
somebody owned him.
Yeah. So I go walking around the neighborhood, and finally some people at the end of the street go, oh, I know who that dog's owner is. And I go, oh, thank God. And so SP and I hand the dog over. We talk to the people for a while. They're nice people. I know them. They're fine people. And that was the end of it. So that was 7 months ago?
Mm-hmm.
So 7 months ago, yesterday I'm talking to my buddy who lives behind me, and my kids were with me, and his kids were with him, and my daughter says, "Oh, the people down the street around the corner from my buddy have new puppies, and these are like two grandparent-aged people that own this house, and they're like, they said in 10, 15 minutes they're going to let the puppies out." Stop it. and we can go play with the puppies. And I said, well, that sounds great. So they said, let me know when it's 10 or 15 minutes from now. So I let them know. My friend and I, he just put a basketball hoop up in his yard. So he and I were playing basketball. Fucking embarrassing.
Yeah,
but
that's got to look like shit.
So we're playing ball, and I tell the kids through gasping for air and sweating profusely, I tell them, guys, you can go play with the puppies now. So they go to play with the puppies. Bro, you know what kind of... So they had dogs before this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking, oh, their dogs had puppies. They bring the fucking puppies out. And do you know what breed of puppies they were?
What?
Purebred Shih Tzu puppies.
Purebred Shih Tzu puppies?
Purebred Shih Tzu puppies. How closely were you following this story?
Most of the way. You never said what breed the dog.
Yes, I did. I said
was.
it came up the steps. It was like a purebred Shih Tzu.
Okay. So that dog got around.
No. They kept the dog.
They kept the dog?
They kept the dog and bred the dog.
What dicks?
Here's the deal. So Charlotte goes and talks to these people and says, oh, my dad, we're good friends, so she sometimes calls me her dog. She goes, my dad found a dog like that on Christmas, and so she was kind of like interrogating them a little bit, find out where this dog came from. Mm-hmm. So my dad found a dog like that back on Christmas. We walked it around the neighborhood and so on and so forth. She's like, yeah, no. I remember that. Yeah, that's the dog. We just figured whoever had this dog before let it wander around in the middle of winter in the cold, so we thought we would take care of it better. Now,
that's not your choice.
Wait a minute. It gets better than that. I told you this was a dog scandal. So then my neighbor tells me, he goes, well, that's not the story they told us a couple months ago. Story they told us was that they found this dog and that they called around to the Humane Society and stuff, and nobody knew whose dog it was and blah, blah. Like, it was two different stories that I was getting from my daughter and getting from my neighbor. And then I asked my daughter, I go, well, did you ask them about what they're doing with the puppies? Like, are they sold all the puppies. They said all these puppies are spoken for.
Yeah.
So they bred the fucking dog.
It's a purebred Shih Tzu. You're going to have people wanting those puppies. They're probably making a couple $100 off each one.
100? How much is it?
If you're not licensed to sell them, I don't know what the rules are, man.
How much? And it's not like they have papers for it, right?
Yeah.
How much does a purebred Shih Tzu cost? $500 to $3,000 a puppy. They're making thousands of dollars on this deal.
Well, if they're selling them like even for half of that, like, oh, $250 and this puppy's yours. It's got no papers, but it's a Shih Tzu. So some asshat will be like, I don't give a fuck about papers. I just always wanted a Shih Tzu, and boom, there you go. So yeah, like I said, I stand by my statement. Probably a couple $100 a pup.
Here's the deal. Like, there's an owner out there who thinks its dog is dead.
Yeah.
It's fucking bean anners, boys.
Not even thinks their dog is dead, just thinks knows their dog is gone, hopes their dog is not dead and somewhere happy and well, but
Bro.
Are these old people at least taking good care of the puppy? Or do they got him
look, dude, they're sweet people. Here's what I think probably happened. I think they tried to find an owner, and rather than take it to a humane society where God knows what could happen to it, they just thought, we'll keep the dog. And if anybody comes looking for it, we'll give the dog back. And nobody came looking for it. I get it. And like I said, I don't hate their rationale that, like, if these people left this dog wandering around in the cold in the winter,
then it shouldn't really be in their care. I mean,
I get it.
Kind of, but a dog is a sentient being. Maybe they didn't choose to let this happen.
What I'm saying is, no matter what, it's scandalous.
Oh, absolutely.
It's scandalous.
I just like the version better where, like, the dog is in, like, some sort of, like, wolf stock in their basement, and they're just, like, breeding it.
Redbird with $5 says, I was referring to you wanting to keep the internet drama people and not lose them over the last year. The Rumble app is unusable this week. It's funny. Every time someone complains about the Rumble app, I get 10 other people going, it's fine. Yeah. So I don't know, but I do know that Redbird is at $10, tied with Johnny's favorite listener, Long Balls, for today. All right, we've got Approachable says, Aaron, that whole incident is on you. You should have curb stomped that little fucker the moment you saw it pissing on your wall. He was a nice puppy. He was a good boy.
He just a little excited, new environment, wanted to stake his claim. It's just a dog thing.
Historically White is pointing out, Johnny, that Shih Tzu is an exotic meat.
I don't know why you would point that out. That's completely random.
Well, look, whatever it is, I had, as you can tell, a very juicy weekend. Mm-hmm. I was pressure washing my deck and my siding. There were dog scandals. I had 2 beers during the Twins game, and I did find out that, I had 2 beers during the Twins game, and after having 2 beers during the Twins game, I planned with my neighbor to do a weekend at Rockwoods in Otsego, the hotel water park there, with our 2 families. So I just, apparently, nice. I'm back to being 14 years old. 14, that's a little young. I had my first drink at like 17, where you have 1 shot or you have 2 beers and all of a sudden you're planning trips to Vegas. I just can't.
Well, let's hope you're not going quite that far this time.
Yeah, no. Otsego, Minnesota is quite a ways away.
Yeah, it's a little bit easier.
Although,
wallet too.
I then yesterday took SP out for her birthday, and I got her a couple of very nice gifts, and then we went out to a lovely dinner. And then afterwards, we started looking at Key Largo. So your boy has like 1 beer, and all of a sudden, I'm going.
Oh, dear Lord, man. Like, you already went to Florida. Just take a break. I don't know.
Well, no, this was for next year. This is like next year. This is down the road a ways. Down the road a piece.
Like, I'm just saying, you do a lot of window shopping, eventually you buy. So it's like, that's where it starts. Like, oh, let's look at what amazing. And then you're like, oh, but how about like in a couple? It just seems a lot.
If I have 1 beer, I should disable my Expedia app.
Absolutely.
I think that's probably what I should do. Miss Tay says diamond rings. No, I wasn't looking at diamond rings, Miss Tay. There's no app for diamond rings. And
She's a real classy lady. She likes precious stones, but not those, because, the whole blood thing.
She actually prefers charcoal. She likes to crush the diamonds herself. She likes to compress them. So I just buy her Kingsford briquettes.
She says all the diamonds she could ever want.
Yeah, I just bring her a big fucking bag of charcoal. And I go, here you go, honey. I love you more than a diamond. And she has a press, and she has one of those magnifying eyeglass things like the Jew in the casino. And so I just,
Okay.
I just bring her. I said, baby, any guy can get you diamonds. There aren't many guys who can, lug 2 bags of Kingsford briquettes on their shoulders and let you crush your
own. And
they're
the self-igniting, too. I spare no expense.
Yeah, you spoiled bitch. What are you talking about? You can cook on these or find yourself a diamond. What do you want? If we do get married, we will, like you and I said on the phone the other day, I will organize through you the catering with the exotic meats.
Again, I need to stress this. There is no exotic
Do you still have that coleslaw that you steal from the Tibetan mountains?
No, I don't.
Where you steal the ingredients from Tibet?
I've never had a coleslaw.
Tibetan coleslaw, I think, is what you serve the... what's the meat?
It's made with actual Sherpa. No.
No, the coleslaw that comes with... what are those hoodoo or whatever? Those deer-looking things with the horns? With the curved horns? They're like kudu or something, right?
I have no idea what you're
Yeah, you guys don't know about this, but Johnny has a new special on kudu.
Oh, dear Lord.
Here you go. The kudu can refer to several things, but most commonly it means an African antelope with distinctive spiral horns. Yeah, it can also refer to a technology called Apache kudu. No, Johnny has kudu meat on special, and he did say that if SP and I ever get married, he would cater it with Kudu ribs, which apparently are delicious.
I'd never made this promise.
Kudu.
Kudos to you.
Does Kudu taste good? Yes,
Probably.
Kudu meat is generally considered to taste good. It's often described as being similar to venison, but with a slightly sweeter and less gamey flavor. It sounds like Kudu is like the perfect meat, so thank you very much.
Sweet meat, dear.
Yeah, thank you very much for
Again, I didn't do
fuck
that.
my dick.
I don't know who you
Can you
talked to.
take over for a second? I spilled
All
a
right.
little Celsius on my phone and
Oh,
on my
dear
papers
Lord.
here.
Okay, he's got a spilly.
I'm sorry. I'll be right back. You guys go ahead. Then we got a bunch of stuff to talk about. Hold on a minute.
Staining his clothes and his shirt deck today. So there you go. Spilling his Celsius. Got too excited while I was making up the whole meat thing. There's no exotic meat business. I did not have this conversation with him. I'm a little worried who he was speaking to. I certainly hope money didn't change hands because, again, no exotic meat business. There is a store at twitch.tv/justkiddingllc where you can get a shirt that says that, but there's no actual meat business.
They're saying it's sippy cup time because
It might be.
I knocked that fucker over clean, man. Clean all over my paperwork. All over my paperwork. All right, guys, we've got a $70 goal for today. If we go fucking retarded bananas, ape shit, kudu meat on this thing today, we can stay ahead, which is nice. Turtle Steel Shell says 2 beers and you are planning trips with another man. Don't taste his queso, loaf piggy. Scooby Jooby Jew says, I've had kudu ribs before. It was over 20 years ago, so I don't remember the flavor, but I remember enjoying them. Well, thank you, Johnny. I can't wait for the kudu ribs.
Again, I don't know who you were talking to.
I'm sure they're going to be delicious. No, I get it. I don't know who I was talking to either.
Yeah, no, this makes it seem like it's a thing. There's no thing though. I don't have a meat market.
See this?
No, again, I have to keep telling this digger when you say like,
Well,
okay,
this what?
there's no meat market, and then you wink. My girl, Digger 420.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you and a lot of people get that stuff confused. No, it's a D.
Chasing down a kudu there. Isn't that how the commercial goes for your kudu meat? You have a fake John Fogerty going, chasing down a kudu there.
I don't have any advertisements because there's no meat market.
Okay. Well, it's not really an advertisement if it's yours, though, right? It's more of a plug. Did you? Oh, yes, MSO with the new theme of Johnny's store. Nobody beats Johnny's Exotic Meat.
Yeah. I've heard that one before. I think somebody put it in an AI photo when they claimed there was a billboard.
Chasing down a kudu there with some Tibetan coleslaw. Get yours today at Johnny's Exotic Meats. At eventbrite.com, search Steel Toe 11th Anniversary Show, and that's how you get some of Johnny's exotic meats. All right, let's get down to business. Enough fucking around with you guys here. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, hit all of the things. We are a whopping $70 away from today's goal. We really have a choice. Just casually knock out today's or go ape shit. Keep going ahead. We can make it 4 weeks, or 3.5 is a fine number. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Thank you very much. All right, we got the plague is back. We got a plague. We got bubonic plague. Bubonic plague. We're going to be singing Ring Around the Rosie unironically in no time.
Is it in Dearborn, Michigan?
It's no, but why would you theorize that it was in Dearborn?
I don't know. I just there's been a few incidences of like smallpox and measles and things like that, and they seem to be in that general area. Okay. So I just.
But why? No, I understand that part. But why Dearborn?
Oh, because there's a large population of people that came from another place. They don't really do a whole lot with vaccinations and such.
Like New Mexico?
No. They came from like Somalia.
Oh, you're saying filthy Muslims caused the return of the bubonic plague?
In not so many words, yes.
Okay. Well, no, you fucking racist. You're going to love the Nick Fuentes segment, though, I can tell. It's in Arizona.
Oh.
Yeah.
So Grandpa's at fault. All right.
Oh, no, probably for sure illegal Mexicans. I'm going to go ahead.
Oh, well, so I was right, but in the wrong park.
Yeah, no, they're Catholic, though. For sure. By the by, I had some really, I had some thoughts on the Middle East over the weekend.
Okay.
And I'll admit it was after I watched the Fuentes Candace Owens interview, so my mind might have been
steered.
Yeah, my mind might have been clouded. And I was thinking, I was like, we as like white Christians, we probably have more in common with like Islam and Muslims over in the Arabic world than we do maybe say like a group of people who murdered our Savior.
Right. Well, at least
and that
group
maybe,
of people isn't leading around to keep you two at odds. You just keep
right. And that maybe the last 80 years we've been manipulated to hate a group of people who really have never really had a reason to be our enemy, other than the 400 years of marauding they did in the 7th century.
A little bit of that, yeah.
But we got him. We tagged him back.
Yeah.
We tagged him back. Like, that's the
There
thing.
was a tit for tat.
We fucking, like, we went to town during the Crusades. The Crusades should have taught Muslims one thing. You fuck with Christians, they'll fuck you back. I don't know who's going to win or who's going to lose. I would say it was probably kind of a wash. You know, the lines kind of stabilized. Their part of the world, ours. We'll tag you back. That's for sure. We'll rope a dope for certain. So back to the plague thing. That thing I just left you there was more of a food for thought.
Right.
Kind of a deal.
But yeah, so back to the Arizona bubonic plague.
So in Arizona, the bubonic plague is back. And they say there's nothing to worry about, but here's my issue. I've been told not to worry a lot, and then they give me reason to worry. And then there's times where they've told me to worry, and it turns out to be fucking COVID, you know?
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't trust, like a lot of people, I don't really trust health officials anymore. And when I hear bubonic plague, that causes concern for me. Because
it was rather effective the last time it made a run.
In some parts of the world, it wiped out 60 to 70% of the population. Like it was a bad bug.
A bad boy.
Yeah. So we got the plague in Arizona. Not only do we have the plague in Arizona, but somebody died from the bubons in 2025 in Arizona. Now,
nothing to worry about, guys. It's fine.
You know a disease is fucking bad when its name is just the thing it is. It's just the plague. There's no name for it. Like a plague is a disease that spreads. Like there can be a plague of measles. There can be a plague of AIDS. There can, if you're really naughty, there can be a plague of all kinds of different viruses, right?
Mm-hmm.
The plague is the thing that the virus spreading causes. How badass of a fucking disease are you that you're just known by the thing?
Named the bubonic plague.
Right? That would be like if Mike Tyson in his prime wasn't called a boxer or a fighter. He was just called the Chaos. You know? Because he just caused delirium inside of a boxing ring. He didn't have a name. He wasn't called Mike Tyson. He was just the guy who knocks people out. The plague is such a dirty, nasty fucking bitch of a disease that they just call it the plague.
How is it back? I thought it was wiped out.
It's like Kiss, man. It always comes back. No matter how old it gets, it always gets up on that stage. And
it's like Kiss, man. It's just feeding money into Gene Simmons' bank account.
Oh, my God. Gene Simmons, we found out, does own the trademark to the plague. So there's a. Did you know that Jew tried to? Sorry, I watched the Candace Owens.
You watched way too much Fuentes this week.
I watched the whole 2-hour interview. Did you know that fucker tried to what is it? Tried to trademark the $sign on a bag of money symbol?
What?
Yeah, he tried to trademark the $sign on the bag of money. You know, like the thing that the Monopoly guy
ago they came up. Yeah.
Yeah. He tried to trademark that. He thought that would be a brilliant idea.
What justification did he have for like, oh, that's mine and my trademark? Like you just wanted it?
Yeah. He just thought it would be brilliant. Right? He's an asshole. That Gene Simmons. So anyway, the plague. They don't call it the bubonic plague. They can't call it the Black Death anymore because that was trademarked.
Because that's just Chicago.
Well, that was trademarked by the Floyd family, unfortunately. The Black Death. Well, that's what people think of. It's like, hey, you remember the Black Death? It's like, oh, the one that caused all the riots? Yeah, that one. That's the Black Death.
That's what we're talking about.
Actually, the Black Death was the new name they gave O.J. Simpson back in 96. 94. Fuck. The Black Death is O.J. Simpson. So, Bubons comes back in Arizona. Somebody dies, and they're telling us there's no reason to worry.
On edge tonight after one person was killed by the plague.
Yeah, understandably, and health officials are still searching for the source of the spread.
Fuck you, COVID. You didn't supplant the plague as the plague.
They told us it was.
Yeah, you and your sniffles couldn't beat the fucking bubons.
Fox 10's Taylor Wirtz joins us live in Flagstaff tonight. Taylor, what else do we know?
Brian, Ashley, while
she shows up with a big black welt on her face. She's like, I don't know. Everything seems fine here. I'm good. I've also been told to move to a drier climate, so I'm going to stay here in Arizona.
The HHS says that the cause of initial exposure is still...
It's tuberculosis. Yeah, you're right. That's tuberculosis. But
Doc Holliday moved to the drier climate in an effort to relieve his
I don't know about the rest of you, but I base about 90% of what I know about tuberculosis based on Val Kilmer's portrayal of Doc Holliday in Tombstone.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
I think it's most of us.
Yeah.
Unknown. It has ruled out some other possibilities, such as the recent prairie dog die-off northeast of here. Now, health experts...
The fuck is going on in Arizona? The bubonic plague is back. The temperatures in the hundreds.
Prairie dogs are all dead.
Our prairie dogs' heads are falling off.
Typically say in this area, people contract the disease from dogs and cats that get fleas that have been exposed or infected to prairie dogs. CCH.
Hey, Arizona, would it kill you to bathe your pets every once in a while? A good flea and tick bath? Jesus Christ. Arizona is literally full of a bunch of flea-bitten plague havers.
They make collars for that shit, man. You guys can deal with this. Jesus.
HHS says the investigation into the recent prairie dog die-off reported in the Townsend, Winona area northeast of here has finished, and plague was not found in that colony.
Bro, whenever you watch a zombie show or a zombie movie, this is always in the flashback episode. You know?
A bunch of animals died and some other shit went down.
Oh, a bunch of prairie dogs are dead. You know, which is what I call me taking a shit in the morning. Prairie dog in it.
They keep popping out the hole.
Yeah.
It does say there is always the possibility of the bacteria being in the flea, rodent, and animal populations in northern Arizona, though. While pneumonic plague is treatable with antibiotics, experts say time is of the essence.
You have to identify the disease very quickly because you need to get the antibiotics on board and then probably even IV antibiotics. So there is an antibiotic for this.
Holy fuck, so this shit's still nasty.
Right. There's an antibiotic. Look, we have something we can treat you with it, but we have to get the E209 to you before you start going symptomatic.
Right. It's like if you think you have the plague, you got to fucking get in here quick. I love how they start it with like, hey, it's very treatable with antibiotics. And we're like, all right, cool. But like what we've learned from like the CDC and shit is you don't let a good crisis go to waste. But they're like, look, but if you don't get those antibiotics right away, you're going to be fucking dead. And you're like, holy shit, I'd better. You know there's a run on clinics and hospitals right now in Arizona of people.
Oh, yeah.
Like with the...
Anybody who feels a little under the weather, like, I don't know, maybe I got bit by a flea. I better check if I don't have the bubonic plague.
I was outside this weekend. I felt something on my ankle. I think I might have got louse bitten.
Guys, we just found out the plague also is not communicable within 7 feet. So 7 foot distance. Instead of 6.
Basically, walk around with a poster, a life-size poster of Shaquille O'Neal, and lay it down between you and another person, and that's how far apart you should be.
But you have to get the antibiotic on board in time.
Jesus.
So really quick diagnosis and getting the antibiotics on board.
Yeah, you said that 3 times, you fucking... God, doctors are so autistic. Anyway, There's it's too late when an orderly comes by with a barbed wire bat and is banging it on the ground and goes, ring around the rosy, pocket full of posies, ashes, ashes, we all fall down.
That's gonna be weird.
Hi, I'm Negan, and I do not appreciate you getting bitten by fleas. Negan does advertisements for flea and tick baths.
Now, we still don't know much about the person who died from the plague or whether anyone else.
All we want to know is their skin color. If you can tell us your skin color, we can kind of piece together the rest. Am I wrong?
No.
Just tell us racial background, and we can do the rest. It would be great if the news was honest and they were like, and for those of you wondering at home, all we can say about the person infected and died from the plague, Latino. Here in Arizona, I'm Taylor Wirtz.
Was exposed to it. And while cases of the disease are rare here, people in this area are still concerned. We've heard their voices, and we're going to get out on the streets and talk to some folks at Flagstaff. We'll have their reaction coming up tonight at 9.
Someone flies in from off camera and just eats her face. You're like, oh, shit.
Oh, no.
That's how it starts.
Dude, I love cases are rare. People are concerned in Flagstaff. Maybe because you're screaming at them, hey, make sure you get your fucking antibiotics on board fast enough, or this is a lethal disease.
Right.
That might concern people.
You're gaslighting the shit out of people, basically going, oh, hey, by the way, the plague is here. And they're like, oh, shit. And they're like, don't worry, it's treatable with antibiotics. Oh, thank God. Okay.
As long as you get them right away.
Otherwise, you'll fucking die. Ah! It's treatable.
People
if you
seem to be worried.
Approachable says it's treatable if you can get here in 30 minutes and you live 45 minutes away, right? What are you going to do? Nova says, this is the show today. Hey, you trying to get banned again, motherfucker? First of all, great segment, solid segment. If you're not here for shit like that, you're in the wrong show. I have to tell you. You can find men in their 40s bitching about men in their 30s on other channels. YouTube is full of them. If you're here for an actual good morning show, we'll be here for you. Don't you worry, Nova. Here's my thing about Nova, is Nova will email every once in a while, and Nova's a very emotionally up and down kind. I deal with a lot of this now with fans, is I try to treat them with as much respect as possible, but when you have people who can be very emotionally volatile and they don't think they're emotionally volatile, trying to soothe them, so to speak, can be like almost like running a daycare.
Okay.
And at some point, you just got to be like, look, go with this wherever you'd like to go with this. Just like, I'm fine. We're good here. Don't you worry. Mr. Beat being less political about it, he says, Nova is an unbearable cunt.
Oh.
Well. And now people are saying, wait, this faggot emails you? Look, some people like to feel closer to the program. I'm not going to shame them for that, certainly. It's just
it's a little gay.
It's just what they like to do. I'm sorry. All right, guys. Like, subscribe, follow, and all that shit. $70 is our number today. Here's what I think we should do. I think what we should do. I think we should all I think we should have a big day and we should stay ahead. I think we should keep this party going. I want to hair of the dog this thing. Thank you guys, by the way, for Rumble Friday. Holy fucking shit. Was Rumble Friday huge. Thank you very much. We have, there were some, how do we say this, teens in Indianapolis over the weekend. Hey, why didn't Fair and Balanced get me this shit? Farron sent me a follow-up story on remember the crazy pastor guy?
Yeah, the crazy pastor dude.
Who wants all the gays to die? Or no,
Yeah.
he said the gays should take themselves out, didn't he?
Yeah, but pretty much stipulated if they weren't willing to.
Yeah, his comments were, as they say in the business, pointed. Well, she was going to send me an update on that, and she texted me last night. She said, "Oh, sorry, there's not going to be a video story on this because our reporter got pulled away to a mass shooting." So I'm thinking this is the mass shooting that they were talking about. In Indianapolis, some teens gathered.
Teens, huh?
Yeah, there were some teens gathering in Indianapolis. And the teenage boys shot at some other teenage boys at about 1:27 in the morning. You know, when we were teens and we were out until one, like when I was a teen, like I'm thinking 14, 15, I didn't know what 1:27 in the morning was. That was like when you would open up, remember the old TV guides, the papers?
Mm-hmm.
You'd open up the TV guide and you'd look at the late night programming and you'd look at like midnight to 4 a.m. and you're like, I don't even know what that time is. I don't even like, what goes on. Remember the first time you stayed up past midnight and you're like, holy shit. It was like going to the Vietnamese jungle. You had no idea that this world existed. And you're like, what the fuck is Jack Van Impe Presents? Like, the first time I ever stayed up after like Leno and Conan or Letterman and Tom Snyder or Craig Ferguson or whatever, you would see these shows and you're like, so this is what the 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning vibe feels like.
They still have TV on at this time?
Yeah, right? So you would, by the way, I deserve more credit for this show, like, and I have for a decade. But a Jack Van Impe Presents poll is
It's a pretty deep take.
It's way more talent than anybody you watch. I'm special. So anyway,
I agree.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So these teens in Indianapolis were awake at about 1:27 a.m. That's a go-getter attitude. Not only were they awake at 1:27 a.m., but they're fucking shooting people at 1:20. Oh, yeah. You know teens. Remember when you were a teen and you would stay out with your friends until 1:27 in the morning because your parents didn't give a fuck about you, and then you would just fucking shoot your other friends? The people you went to school with, you just kill them in the streets at 1:27 in the morning? Yeah.
That makes sense.
2 teenage boys were killed in a mass shooting incident that took place. By the way, another thing. We gotta boost up the definition of mass shooting enough. 2 people get killed. Like if OJ would have used a gun, they would have called that a mass shooting.
Well, today's day, yeah.
There's only 2 kinds of mass shootings. 5 or more people have to die, or you have to open fire in a church during services. Those are the only 2 kinds of mass shootings. That's it. 2 people getting killed, does not a mass shooting make at all. Before we dive too deep in this story, Shuli Madoff with $5 says, "Hey, Steel Toe, did you know islands float in the ocean?" Me neither. Johnny, how do you...
I wasn't the one who came up with this. This was brought to me, and I refuted it, and I was right.
That's what makes it more fun to talk about.
All right.
So, my favorite is still the landing the plane thing. The landing.
Well, they would move.
Yeah, but no.
You'd be like, all right, I know Hawaii was here last time I was in this neighborhood.
Nobody's faulting you for your take. It was a bravo. It was a brilliant take. Carlos, yeah, here we go. Carlos says Jack Van Impe Presents was interesting because that motherfucker may have actually memorized the entire Bible. He is to the Bible what Aaron is to film quotes. Dude, Jack Van Impe, everything was leading to the apocalypse with that motherfucker. Everything was the sign of the end of the world. And he had, I think, his sister. I don't know if it was his sister or his wife. He had his, I know this, Jack Van Impe. God damn it, people who know this. He was on Fox 9 at like 1 in the morning. Jack Van Impe Presents with his co-host Roxana Impe. Van Impe? Who was
no idea.
Jack Van Impe's co-host? Come on, God. Rexella. That's pretty fucking close, dude, seeing as I haven't seen Jack Van Impe in like 25, 30 years. Roxana, Rexella, that's pretty good.
That's a weird fucking name, but okay.
I'm proud of that. I'm proud of that pull. Thank you. Ryan the Garbage Man knew. Rexella. Perfect. Okay, so Indianapolis, you got some teens. They shot 2 other teens in some teen-on-teen violence. By the way, thank you, Shuli Madoff. I appreciate that. And very funny comment with it. Money and humor. I'm the biggest fan of that kind of fan. An unidentified 16-year-old boy was pronounced dead at the scene, and 5 other victims were transported to the hospital. Okay, now we're talking mass shooting. They winged a couple of people as well. You'll be... Oh, now we're editorializing in this story a bit. So the thing I wanted to go to was the police chief in Indianapolis gave a press conference, and he had some thoughts on the teens gathering out at 1:30 in the morning. He had some thoughts as to why the teens were gathering and why we seem to see an uptick of teens gathering. Let's I believe the word they use for guys like this is based.
Hundreds of unsupervised kids down here. I don't know how many times I have to say it.
Don't say the N-word. Don't say the N-word. Don't say the N-word. I don't know how many times I have to say this. Just go home. Oh, sorry.
We are not your children's keepers. You are. And parents and guardians have got to step up.
Just say,
yeah, Dad, lay down the O.
Now I'm talking to you, grandmamas.
A kid is dead tonight.
A black kid's dead tonight. Sorry.
No, it's fine. It fit really, really well. That was part of the problem. I was like, wait a minute. No, that shouldn't.
In the jungle, the concrete jungle, no black kids sleep tonight. It's not a... If I sat down with a pen and a paper, we could bang something out. That's all I'm saying.
You got something here, but we need to refine it.
And we just don't know the age of the young man down the street, still here, dead.
Sir, this isn't your neighborhood. Screets, please. Screets.
He looks young.
But you know, they don't age. We don't know the age of the young man who's dead, but black don't crack typically, and we're trying to figure out. One of our more racist officers said that if you cut them open and count the rings, and I said, that's trees, Bob. That's trees.
Sir, I feel like you're focusing too much on the negative. Let's look at the bright side. Yes, this person was young, but they will not get any older.
We do not know the name of the individual who was shot. For now, we're just going to call him Toby Doe.
It's unacceptable. The police department all night long went from place to place to place, trying to prevent these kind of things. And I gotta be honest, I'm tired of it. You should be tired of it.
Nick Fuentes is tired of it. You know.
So you're saying we're finally going to talk about the real problem, single mothers?
No, we're never going to talk about that. No. Here's what we can do. We get to go, we're tired of it. We're tired of it. We're tired of it. And then the second you need to have a set of balls and people go, tired of what? They go, oh, unruly teens causing trouble. Oh, you mean like in the suburbs? Well,
no.
We're not going to nail it down to one location. Just children unsupervised in general. Oh, okay.
This is not our job to do this. It is.
I mean, some activists say it's all your job is, but
it's unnecessary. You don't have to act like this.
Ain't I been saying
I'm sorry. I don't know if you thought it. Have to was never part of the equation.
I hate to quote Randy Quaid, but ain't I been saying it, Miguel?
Our officers half a block away from when before this shooting started, dealing with another group of individuals fighting. We made almost, probably, well, we're still tallying them, about 20 arrests tonight.
Jesus Christ. I don't think they arrested that many people during the fucking, what was that white supremacist rally? Charlottesville. And they were mostly arresting FBI agents.
Recovered guns that I know of before this happened from 2 kids. One of them was an assault rifle stuffed in the front of his pants.
Bro,
now who's compensating? Wait a minute. I thought you said these people were...
He had an AR stuffed down his pants. Dude, how bad is shit in your neighborhood that if you were just having wall-to-wall freak-offs, it would be an improvement? If every
So you're saying only Diddy can save these cities?
Only Diddy can save the inner city. Inner city Diddy. But, like, it's wild. Like, if every gun they found was a bottle of baby oil instead, this country could be saved of a very serious crime problem. And porn addiction could probably be knocked out.
Any questions?
Is it going to take other city departments to step up?
No, see, we keep...
No, it's not. See, God damn it. There's nothing the government can do.
This is a problem with the people.
Yeah, we're not the pre-Vengers. No, we're not the pre-Vengers. We're after the fact. We're the Avengers, not the pre-Vengers. They need a Tony Stark speech.
Yeah, they really do.
Just hand them a bulletproof vest and be like, you find the inner city, you put this on, and you hide. We're a bunch of tired old war horses. I got nothing for you, Jesse Jackson. No, nothing. No coordinates, no trust. Liar.
Going back to what's the government going to do? What's the city going to do? The city's invested in this. Millions of dollars the city, taxpayers pay for police overtime to staff this 1 square mile area with, there was a couple hundred cops down here between states.
It's almost like it's not racism. It's people are just fucking tired of their resources and their money being fucking wasted.
Yeah. One group of people needing way more resources and attention than everyone else simply because they can't fucking get their shit together and behave like reasonable adults.
If you are incredibly poor or incredibly rich, you will get a lot of attention from the government. If you're anywhere in between, you are on your fucking own and you will be used as the pack mule for the state to carry the load. I was watching that movie, Dumb Money. Have you ever seen that?
No.
Paul Dano plays the Tendy Man. Who was that? Roaring Kitty. Remember the guy who started all the GameStop stuff?
Yeah.
So, fantastic. By the way, great movie. But I was watching it.
Paul Dano.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm watching that movie, and at the end of the movie, they point out that the guys from Melvin Capital and Citadel Capital, the hedge funds that got fucking destroyed.
Yeah.
So they were investigated because they were sued and investigated because it turns out they were texting and emailing with the people who run Robinhood because Citadel was going to run an IPO for Robinhood, which was the app that all these people were using to buy GameStop and bust these short bets that these hedge funds had on GameStop. And they did a whole full-fledged investigation, no charges filed, lawsuits dropped, everything else. They were clearly rigging the game with Robinhood. They told Robinhood, shut it down. And Robinhood shut down trading. You could only sell GameStop. You couldn't buy it anymore. So Robinhood fucked all these people at the orders of Ken, somebody will come up with the name, from Citadel Capital. And no charges, no nothing. And I'm like, there's never any fucking accountability for any of these people with a net worth in the 7 to 8 figures.
Oh, absolutely not.
7 to 8 figure worth or more, and you will never have to be held accountable for shit. There will always be someone who will sweep it under the rug for you. These people are fucking crooks, and they're fucking criminals. And when the justice system doesn't work for these fucking people, you know, when I watched Dumb Money, how do I put this? I started to understand that maybe certain movements in world history weren't just born out of nothing. There was an injustice going on that hadn't been solved. And maybe the movement that answered the bell was not the right one, and those were bad, evil, nasty guys. But you traded those bad, evil, nasty guys They didn't just come out of nowhere and hurt innocent people. Those bad, nasty guys were coming to chase out some other bad, nasty guys that were protecting bad, nasty guys. So it's just this vortex of evil that just tries to eat each other. But like these things are born out of certain things. And when you watch people get fucked over, like the people who were using Robinhood, the regular, everyday, blue collar.
Everyday fucking broker person, not the professional.
Right. The regular blue collar guy investing his money. When they start to win back the market will rig the game where they can steal it back from them and then not face any consequence for it. That's fucking wrong, and that's evil, and there's no recourse that we have. If you think we live in a free country or a democracy or anything else, we live in a fucking oligarchy. We like to criticize Putin and talk about what a piece of shit he is. The United States is no different than Russia. If you cross these big hedge fund guys and you start bringing them down, the system will do everything it can to protect them and make sure that you lose the game. It's rigged. It's like a carnival game. Once you start winning, they'll shrink the size of that target on you. And they'll give you the balls that are a little bit different weight. And they'll gaslight you into thinking, oh, I just lost the game. No, the game was rigged against you from the start. And if you would have broken the rules that these fuckers broke, you'd still be in prison. So, you look at the very, very wealthy and how they get treated. And then you look at the inner city and you look at the fucking excuses that get made for that area. If you're someone who's in the middle of those two extremes, how do you not feel resentful? Because you feel like you're having to play the same game, but by a drastically different set of rules.
Right. And if you're crawling up from the bottom of that thing, they're kicking you right back down. But the worst part is if you're just trying to tread water and you look at the people under you and they're getting all of this support, you're like, I'm already getting fucked from up there. Why am I also getting screwed from down here too?
Right.
Police and Capitol Police and IMPD and other police department agencies, yes, we're going to keep doing our job. The city of Indianapolis, government, the police department is going to continue to do our job.
I get why cops in inner cities go insane and they do fucked up shit, because it's like you have to wake up one day and you have to, the thought probably just creeps into your head. There's nothing you can do, where you're like, this is fucking hopeless.
You can't actually fix this problem with the way the system's working currently. And if you point out certain things, like the simple fact of trends, like it seems that this group of people behaves like this a lot, immediately people, oh, you're hateful and you're racist. No, I'm not hateful. I'm just calling balls and strikes. This is what I'm seeing.
Yeah. And it's Sam Hyde in $1 Million Extreme did an officer character where he said, my job is analogous to that of a garbage man. I take out the trash. I'm never going to eliminate the trash. It's going to keep piling up. And just every day, this is what I'm going to do. And that's the frustration that this guy is feeling right now. He's like, I just need you people to fucking help me a little bit. Raise your kids. Teach them something. Don't let them go out at 2 a.m. and we can clean up the fucking streets. But as long as you guys let your kids run loose like pack animals and they don't learn anything, this city's never going to get better. There's nothing we can do. Like we said earlier, we can only react. Like once the cops start acting in anticipation of something, that's when you have civil liberties being violated. That's where you have if people don't raise their fucking kids and take care of shit, you have two choices. You can get all of this, or you can get stop and frisk. And stop and frisk, was it unconstitutional?
Was a horrible injustice.
Was it unconstitutional? Absolutely.
Yep.
Did it work? Fuck yeah, it worked. Fuck yeah, because it picked out people. And yes, they used statistics. And yes, those statistics were not racially equal. But when they used that formula, they found a fuckload of illegal guns and got them off the streets. And the crime
it's
rate,
almost like those statistics are there because not the groups of people don't behave in the same way. It's this weird thing with DEI. Like, we have to include all groups. Everybody has to have equal representation, apparently even in crime, too. It's like, no, we don't have enough white people carrying around drugs and illegal guns. Yeah, let's talk about that.
Let's have ourselves a discussion. Professor Tie-Dye with $5 says, I want to shout out Aaron getting a 2 birdie on a hole. The hole was SP, and most people would call that a 2-pump chump, but haters be hating on fan mail and some send this fatty gas station pies. Thank you, Professor Tie-Dye, for the gas station pies, by the way. It's very nice of you. Miss Tay gifting 5 memberships over on Rumble.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That's very nice of you. And then who got him? Budman, Brittany Boo, Satan's Mechanic, Ivana Tinkle, and Diglett. Pass those along, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miss Tay.
Okay, that's my Rumble chats, Rumble rants, if you will. Mayor Larry Vaughn with $1.99 says, this is sick vandalism. Oh, that's all it is? Some teens were injured. That's like the Mayor Vaughn of the inner city. Like some bathers were injured. In this case would be some teens were injured. I don't know, man. Like, I get that guy's frustration, and it's hard to hear that from people who are there every day and who are encountering it and who are witnessing it. And it's like, I apologize, but like, until we address what the problems are, we're not going to be able to address the problems. We keep burying our head in the sand. And you just want to tell people who live in those neighborhoods, it's like, you can be offended by what we're saying, but we're saying this for you. I don't live where you live. I shouldn't give a fuck that any of this happens, but I don't want to see it happen in my state, in my city, in my country. I don't want to see it. I want to see that get better. But I'm not going to do it. I ain't going to where you live. I ain't going into the fire. These cops do. These cops go there. Which is fucking insane, which is why they get the badge and the gun and the money and the benefits and all and the retirement and all that. But like, you can't look to the government. That's the problem with welfare. That's the problem with all these government programs, is you tell people, we got you. Then when shit goes sideways, they look at you and they go, are you going to fix this for us? It's like, oh, no, you don't understand. This is a problem you have to fix. And then to a person who's been dependent on the government their whole life, that sounds unfair and it sounds oppressive. And it sounds like they're being treated differently, when in reality, we're just asking you one time to clean your own plate. It's like you've got your own dishwasher your whole life. And then we ask you to wash one pot or pan, and you go, oh my God, they're oppressing me. That's the problem.
No, the rest of us have been doing that this whole time.
Right. That's the problem with learned dependence. The problem with learned dependence is that the minute you're asked to do something for the greater good, or just for yourselves, it looks like oppression. Thank you to Nicholas, my golfing buddy, for the $10. I appreciate that. Very nice. I got to update our standings here, Johnny. Holy Jesus Christ, monkey balls. We got Miss Tay in first. Oh my God, I'm sorry. Miss Tay in first with 25. You've got Long Balls in second with 10. Redbird in third with 10. You've got Nicholas in fourth with 10. And then in the cuck chair is Tie-Dye. Tie-Dye's in the cuck chair with $5. Tie-Dye, $5. There we go. Now we're all caught up. And you guys are only $25 away from knocking out today. Thank you very much for that. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. I'm so sorry. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants.
Got some gravy stuck in your throat?
Oh, I'm just feeling that Celsius, man. I am.
All right.
I am getting after it, my man. Nova, I got to tell you, buddy, it seems like you're just here to cause trouble. I'm probably going to cut you loose again. He'll text me or email me and he'll be really nice. He'll be like, can you unban me? Can you whatever? And then like when he gets back, he just
acts like a dick.
Just acts like a fucking dick again. And it's like, no offense, buddy, but I'm here to do a great show. And I do a great show. Whatever vibe you think you're bringing, we didn't ask for it. We're not really asking for your vibe. Hit like, hit follow, hit subscribe. Thank you very much for being a part of the program. So here we go. The Bongino Bondi clash.
Okay.
I have a couple of opinions on this. And one, my conspiratorial brain is going, I think Bongino sees what a fucking shit show this whole Epstein thing is, and he's trying to good guy himself. He's trying to hero protect himself and say, although he's not the one who let this stuff out, this got leaked.
Okay.
I feel like maybe Bongino sees the tea leaves and maybe sees a chance for him to be looked at as, quote unquote, the good guy who tried to be the voice of reason on Epstein but was drowned out by Bondi and Trump and the deep state. Or Bongino legitimately was not on board with what they were doing and had to be a team player. I'm not sure.
I'm going to go with the second one.
You are going with the second. You know, it's nice to hear that from somebody.
What? That he wasn't on board, but he was being a team player? And I believe that?
Yeah, because it's just like I'm so paranoid at this point. You know, where like everything is like a different thing than the thing that it is.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so like to hear someone say, oh, my honest opinion, I think he just thinks this was handled wrong and he's being the right guy. Oh, good.
Yeah.
Because all I think of is, all right, what do I think? Now let me do the Charlie Day bit where I put red string connecting to 16 other things, and then I'll start thinking that.
All right.
And that's not always right. $20 away from today's goal. Thank you very much to, who was our guy? Ryobi. Oh, Ryobi wants to be in the cuck chair. Ryobi says, just me over here watching Aaron get pegged. The chair is comfy, though. Thank you, buddy.
It's a weird goal, but you know what? Glad you attained it.
Well, it puts us $20 away from our goal.
Thank you.
So now Tie-Dye is out of the cuck chair, but Ryobi, not Tyobi, Ryobi is now in the cuck chair at $6. That is always the tricky thing with Monday mornings, is I got to keep updating those numbers.
Yeah.
Got to keep updating those numbers. All right, so the Bongino thing. We got a couple of things on, we got some updates on Epstein. Number one, they looked into the metadata of the prison video, and apparently it had gone through Adobe Editor multiple times and was edited and saved multiple times. Now, I kind of thought that, like, if you're just going to release 11 hours.
Didn't they release the footage unedited so you could see they weren't pulling anything hinky? I thought, wasn't that Bongino's admission that the footage was being released unedited?
Yeah. There was a minute missing from it, though.
Yeah.
And then the
then there's a whole wing of cameras that died that day.
The explanation they gave for that was, well, it's an older systems and sometimes a minute gets lost here and there. It's like, come on. Like, could you please, like, I'd like you not to treat me like I'm a fucking orangutan, you know? Like, give me give me an excuse that confuses the fuck out of me, at least. Don't give me an excuse where as soon as I hear it, I go, oh, fucking bullshit. Like, give me something I can use. Like, treat me, if you're going to be a Bond villain, at least treat me like I'm James Bond.
Guys, it's a prison penitentiary. We have to keep these guys locked down. If they escape, we need to be able to go to the footage. Yeah, don't worry. Surveillance system is top notch. Loses a minute every once in a while, like, you know, somebody with a mental disorder, but we're fine.
So the footage from Jeffrey Epstein's cell that was released by the DOJ was edited with Adobe Premiere Pro. Stitched,
same thing I use.
Yeah, stitched from 2 clips. And was saved 4 times. That's according to Wired Magazine. They looked into the metadata and found that it was edited, stitched together from 2 different clips, and saved 4 times. So this whole idea that the missing minute was, oh, it's just this flaw in the security video system. Or was it the result of you guys stitching 2 clips together because you had to chop out 1 minute? I mean, this to me sounds like if it was edited together from 2 clips, this sounds like someone actively went in, cut out a minute, spliced the 2 together,
right,
saved them. I mean, it looks that way.
It's like they needed that minute for someone to get into that cell.
And I'm done questioning myself when I go, it looks like this. because too often I've gone, it looks like this. But that's crazy talk, only to find out I'm not going to be here in 2028 going, oh, shit, I probably should have stuck to my guns on that one when we find out that this was all fucking bullshit when Trump is gone. So I'm going with they took one solid block of 11 or 12-hour footage, cut out a minute, put the two chunks together, saved it.
Okay.
That's my final answer. Metadata embedded in the video and analyzed by Wired. And those guys are nerds, right? They know what they're doing.
Well, they're nerds.
Yeah. Wired
I don't know that they know what they're doing, but they claim to.
Bunch of fucking dorks. An independent video forensics experts show that rather than being a direct expert from the prison's surveillance system, the footage was modified, likely using the professional editing tool Adobe Premiere Pro. The file appears to have been assembled from at least 2 source clips, saved multiple times, exported, and then uploaded to the DOJ's website, where it was presented as raw footage. So, like, they can't even lie to us all the way. Like, they even hide shit from us when they're lying. Like, usually you either hide something or you lie about it. They're lying to us and hiding shit.
And hiding it.
This is
the worst part is we're finding it in real time going, oh, this is not what you're saying. Yeah, but the truth of the matter is X, Y, or Z. Like Donald Trump last week, someone asked him about the Epstein. We're still talking about it. It's like, yes, because you just swept this under the rug. So believe it or not, we're still fucking talking about it. Like, it's just, yeah.
Well, that's Trump's thing, right? Trump's thing was, like you said, he was like, why are you still talking about Epstein? Yes, we would like to talk about Epstein. We don't talk about Epstein. No, no, no. King Kong Dong with $2 says everyone who supposedly is going to, quote, release the list gets a knock at the door by some Silverstein person paid by certain people. Are you sure you want to get that list? Negan style. Well, I don't know. Like, even Trump doesn't want to release the thing. Yeah, people are saying in the chat, Bondi needs to go. They want to get rid of Pam Bondi. And we're going to get to that in a second because apparently Bongino wants the same thing. Bongino wants Pam
I thought
Bondi
Bongino was going to leave because of her. Or at least seeming, that's the way it seemed.
It sounds like the rumor that's out there is it's a her or me type of thing. That's what I heard this weekend was he gave the old either she goes or I go. And honestly, the way Trump talks, I think he'd keep her. I think he'd keep Pam Bondi. Wild card, becoming a member for 37 months. Wow, people with over 3-year memberships on Steel Toe. That's amazing. Buy Johnny's Loon Jerky, fucking story topper, with 38 months as a Steel Toe bro. Says, late to the party, bitches. Johnny, your Bald Eagle breakfast sausage arrived on Saturday, even at $105 a pound. It's amazing and worth every penny. Yeah, I made my sausage gravy with your breakfast sausage.
See, I really wish this were a real thing. Then I wouldn't be poor and broke.
Poor and broke are the same thing.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So is that how poor and broke you are? That you're poor and broke?
I've got 2 helpings.
Unbelievable. Funeral director with $5 says, wasn't Trump the friend of Jeff? If there's no evidence of his friend being a criminal and his death is mysterious, why would he want it forgotten? LOL. Yeah, I mean, I think everyone's kind of come to the conclusion that Trump's maybe a little bigger into this than originally thought. I
loved all the liberal people going, well, wait, guys, if this is what's going on, then Jeffrey Epstein's just a good guy billionaire who didn't have any clients. What was it? I watched Tucker Carlson actually say this one. It's like, now that I found this out, I can't believe I've badmouthed this person so much. And Jeffrey Epstein was just a good guy, just a billionaire who didn't have any clients, who was persecuted by the justice system, took his own life, and his good friend is now serving 20 years for no crime.
I love how much of a fucking asshole Tucker is in situations like this. I love how much of a dickhead he is. Thank you guys very much. $15 away from this morning. Go, gadget fucking donations. The rumor is they edited the video using Johnny's exotic video editor. Why is everything you have exotic?
That's the question I have to keep asking. These people keep accusing me of this stuff, and apparently it's always exotic. Why can't I ever just do something normal? Like just Johnny's video editor would be fine.
Oh my God! Did you hear? I just saw this. I'm seeing articles on this from just before we went on the air today. I'm sorry to interrupt. We'll get back to the Bongino thing in a second. Did you know somebody hacked Elmo's Twitter account and started posting shit about the Jews?
No, but this is what is it? Christmas? Do we have the tweets?
I gotta find.
I want to find Elmo's Twitter account and find out what's
I
going
want
on.
to see. I want to go to a news source that's going to actually show me the tweets. Like I don't think CNN's going to show them to me because a lot of these places wouldn't show the Grok tweets.
Oh, dude, the Grok tweets were hilarious.
Oh my!
I'm just
God.
sad I didn't find out about the Grok thing until after they fixed them.
The tirade. I'm just looking at CNN right now. But yeah, they're not showing any of the. Come on, I don't give a shit what the response is to Elmo's tweets. I want to know what the fuck Elmo tweeted. Oh, here we go. Oh my God. Sorry, I have to refresh because of the ad blocker, but I'm seeing a screenshot of some of them. Oh boy.
Oh, they've scrubbed it already. I can't find anything in here.
Elmo went a bit scorched earth on the bit. Balls Deep with $2 says Johnny's exotic branding and marketing coming soon. Hey, you got exotic everything. Okay, so this is Elmo. Oh my God. This is the legit Elmo Twitter that got hacked. Elmo says all should die. FJs. Donald Trump is Netanyahu's puppet because he is in the Epstein files. Jays control the world and need to be exterminated. Wait a minute. Hold on. Do you do a good Elmo impression?
Hourly Amazon.
Shut the fuck up.
Over $22.
I don't know. I guess I can try. I have a high-pitched voice.
Elmo says, I can't do it.
Elmo says, kill the
Jesus. I don't know what the fuck that was, but it was way funnier than the voice I was doing.
Yeah.
Elmo. See, I can't go. My voice doesn't go high pitched anymore. I've damaged my voice, historically speaking.
I've just done way too much helium in my life, and now I can't go back.
I just got an email from Shields. I bought some stuff for SP's birthday from Shields. I got a email from Shields that said, "So how'd it go?" And I just want to text. I want to email them back and go, "That's a loaded question, Shields." That's a loaded question. All right. Elmo says all Jays should die. FJs. Donald Trump is Netanyahu's puppet because he's in the Epstein files. Jays control the world and need to be exterminated. EXT. So then Elmo also tweeted, release the files, Donald Trump, child fucker. Elmo going hard in the paint after old Donnie J.
Yeah, he is not holding back.
Then it was kill all. Then Hen, a.k.a. Henry Musson, hacks Twitter accounts, and his partner, Chef Jerry, a.k.a. Isaac James Parvana, residing in Western Australia, launches and bundles them. Then with the help of his friend Waddles, they shill it to FNFs. So somebody got a hold of Elmo's Twitter and
wow,
went fucking bananas on. It is a lot funnier for it to come from Elmo.
It is funnier to come from Elmo. It takes a little bit of the edge off. But it is also a lot of information we already knew.
In a statement to Fox News Digital, a Sesame Workshop spokesperson confirmed Elmo's X account was compromised today by an unknown hacker who posted disgusting messages, including anti-Semitic and racist posts. We are working to restore full control of the account. What's funny to me about this is that people who work for Sesame Street came in today and they were like, all right, we got to figure out what the number is. We got to figure out what the letter is. Got to work on booking guests. Guys, hold it. Shut everything down for the day. We got something we need to address. Somebody hacked Elmo's Twitter account and is talking about killing all the Jays. We got to get out in front of this. We got to get Elmo's Twitter locked down. Then we can go back to producing the show. If you're somebody who works for Sesame Street, the last thing you thought would happen when you came into work Monday was you'd have to put out an anti-Semitic Elmo Twitter rant fire. That's not the first thing you think of when you think of, because you have those days where like you wake up Monday morning, you're feeling a little tired from the weekend, you drag your ass into work, and you have a pretty good idea of what the routine's going to be.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got to wake you up a little that the routine gets shaken up by, we have to address Elmo's anti-Semitic Twitter remarks during today.
I'm just going to find it really funny if the show...
Yes, just dropped.
Mm-mm.
All right, I'll stop talking about Elmo. I promise. I'm done. OBS dropped. Refresh. There we go. I'm done. I'm not.
That's weird. Like, if you were using Streamlabs, I'd understand because it's like a locked-in thing, but I thought OBS was a standalone program. It's weird how they have a shut-off switch built in.
I'm done. I'm not talking about it anymore. We'll stop. I promise. I just wanted to talk about the Elmo thing. I won't discuss it any further. You're right. I'm wrong. You're smart. I'm stupid. You're attractive. I'm not very good looking. Let's continue on. Hulkamasha Baby says 108 countries. 109 countries. 965 broken ceasefires. All right, I'm done.
Cookie Monster just comes with a pen and a note that says, do the math.
Cookie Monster shows up, and he's got a bunch of fucking potato pancakes. It's going to be a fucking weird episode of Sesame Street. Riding Dirty Llama says, so when is Elmo's resignation? Elmo is very sorry. Elmo is now going to go into treatment, and I'm going to take a trip to the Holocaust Museum. They're going to do a bit of Elmo going to Auschwitz. Dave Portnoy has announced that he's taking Elmo to Poland to visit the Auschwitz concentration camp, where Elmo will get educated on just how terrible of a thing the Holocaust truly is. That OBS crashing thing does not bode well for our Candace Owens Nick Fuentes segment.
Uh-oh.
How are we going to do that, huh? So, all right, the Elmo thing, I don't know. It's I just want to know, like, I want to find out who did it, just so we can go, just so we can find out and ask him, like, why Elmo? Like, of all the accounts you could have used, of all the characters you could have used, why Elmo?
Basing it solely off the context of the tweets, I'd say we should look at Sam Show.
Yeah. Hey, Sam Show.
Did you hack the Elmo account?
Did you light up the Elmo account? And I'm just asking, buddy. There's no accusations being thrown around. I'm just asking if maybe you had a little something to do with it. Tolkien studies Oscar the Grouch comes out in the next episode. Anne Frank had it pretty good. I'd take an attic over this trash can. Oh, Hobo Chili Recipe says Grover was a Jew. See, this is what happens when Elmo goes off on these rants. People get paranoid. There becomes this witch hunt. It's disgusting. I don't like it.
I thought it was Gonzo because he had the long nose.
Oh, Gonzo, yes. See that, but this is the problem. Like, everybody starts getting paranoid.
Mm-hmm.
C is for concentration. That's good. It's not okay. None of it's okay.
C is for campfire. They cook my family. Oh, dear Lord.
M is for Mangala. He split up all the twins. Hey, the Minnesota Twins, Major League Baseball wanted to contract the Minnesota Twins back in like 2002. They just wanted to eliminate them as a team.
Okay.
What do Dr. Mengele and Bud Selig have in common? They both wanted to split the twins.
So what they wanted? Did they legit want turn it into two teams? What's the idea here?
No, they were going to disband the Twins and the Expos and have a draft for all their players. It was called Contraction. And then the Twins pulled the nose of the plane up just in time. This is
odd.
You guys, I'm reading your guys' opines on this bit. I'm just going to say OBS has already crashed once. I appreciate what you're sending. It's very, very funny. But we're going to go ahead and move on now.
We're going to play it safe.
Yeah, thanks. Oh, my God. Thank you, David. Throw David and Olbermann. $50 coming in from David.
They are afraid.
Holy shit. That means today's goal has been knocked out.
But I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
And if you want to keep this party going, 165 away from tonight, we can stay on that. We can stay on that road. Let's put David in there at $50. So that means Miss Tay is in second at 25. Long Ball's in third at 10. Redbird in fourth at 10. Nicholas unfairly in the cuck chair now at 10. So it's a tie, but just because of the time in which they were donated.
Nicholas is in the cuck chair.
Nicholas is in the cuck chair. Ryobi is at 6. Tie-dye is at 5. Many others are at 5 and 1 and 2. We'll keep track of those as well. Thank you, guys, very, very much. I appreciate that. Approachable says, wow, look at Aaron bowing down to the Jews and moving on from the Elmo story. We're not moving on from the Elmo story. I feel like we covered it. The Elmo story has, how much more is there?
Elmo's Twitter got hacked. He said a lot of stuff about the Jews. I feel like that's pretty much the entire story.
I just wish. Because, like all these groups in the media and all these people, they go like, oh, anti-Semitism is on the rise and blah, blah, blah. And one thing they never do is they never go, oh, it's weird that this anti-Semitism happens to rise at exactly the same time that Israel kills a shitload of Palestinians.
Yeah.
Or the Epstein thing gets swept under the rug. It's there's a yin and yang to this whole thing, It just never gets talked about. Saturday, I believe this news came out, Saturday or even Friday afternoon, FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino has clashed with Pam Bondi over the handling of the Epstein case files and took Friday off of work. Now, let's add option number 3. Dan Bongino really wanted a 3-day weekend. So he just threw a bit of
got some fishing to do.
Yeah, he just threw a little bit of a hissy fit and then walked off the job for a day. That's all. Now, Deputy AG Todd Blanche has denied the reports of feuding between the FBI and the DOJ. I believe that Bongino, it's too specific. Like Dan Bongino, Pam Bondi were clashing over the Epstein thing. That just seems like a weird thing. I feel like if someone were to make it up, they would say Kash Patel and Pam Bondi were fighting. Why would they pick the deputy director of the FBI? It doesn't make any sense to me. But if you... go ahead.
I was just saying, I'm really curious what'll happen if Dan Bongino leaves. What does that actually change? Is he going to come out and say anything? Does it mean anything? Or is it just oh, well, he left?
Well, he took a day off. He's not out of the administration. He's still deputy director of the FBI for now. But at least, God damn it, man, at least somebody was trying to push back. He was considering resigning over the Epstein files memo, according to sources. If this is true, it gives me a little bit more respect for Dan Bongino. But it's so unfortunate that, it's the good guys who have to leave. If he really was pushing for more transparency on the Epstein stuff, then he's the one I want to stay. Pam Bondi should have to leave. Then there was this rumor that Pam Bondi might be out and Trump might want to replace her with DeSantis.
Yeah, I actually like that idea.
I don't mind it at all. And isn't Pam Bondi from Florida? She can go back and be governor. I mean, the lieutenant governor would take over, but I don't know. I wouldn't hate that. I just hate that, like, if you want to tell the truth, if you want to speak out, if you want to talk about this shit, you have to lose your job. You know, you can yell and scream from the outside all you want. You can talk about how it's all bullshit and the Epstein thing was all bullshit and everything else, but you can't do it from the inside.
Well, you know, it's tricky because, you know, there's a lot of people who work in the industry and they happen to be, you know, Jewish. And if you...
But the whole thing was we were draining the swamp. So, like, why is it you have to step out of the swamp to speak up? It should be safe to speak out about the swamp because we're draining it. Apparently, we've got some backed up pipes or somebody forgot to bring gas for the generators or something because our swamp pump ain't working.
Yeah, we were supposed to drain the swamp the first time around, and then we got real swampy in that presidency in between. So how much draining are we doing? Are we back to base level yet?
Did we get the shit to shoe level? Is what we're asking. I do want to point something out from King Kong Dong. Of course. Mm-hmm. Why wouldn't I? King Kong Dong says the Toe Boys sponsor $110 away from getting a hole. So the Toe Boys want to sponsor a hole at the golf tournament, at the golf outing. Mm-hmm. Apparently they've raised $40 towards sponsoring a hole. They need 110 more. You can Venmo Yeti Flyer 42 and they'll get a hole and hang out and do the whole thing. So if you want to sponsor a hole, we've got 8 left for the golf tournament. It's $150 a hole. You get your signage out there. We make it for you. You get a representative out at the hole, and you get 2 free entries into the golf outing. So go ahead and do that. Get in touch with me, AaronMHoltRadio@gmail.com. Also, yesterday, I added the option. It's finally here. If you go to eventbrite.com, you go to the Steel Toe 11th anniversary party, the foursome with me, with Gino, and with Keanu, the tickets are now up there. I believe it's $80 for Keanu and Gino, and it's $100 to be in my foursome. If nobody buys these tickets, we will golf by ourselves. Or we'll team up or whatever.
So, you'll each just do what, by yourself, nobody else?
Yeah. I don't give a shit. Either this foursome thing is going to work, or the foursome thing's not going to work. Either way, fine with me. But we have those tickets out there. If you want to buy them, if you want to check them out, go to Eventbrite. If you just want to be in the golf outing, I believe the prizes right now, I want them to be 500, 300, 100. Right now, they're at 4, 2, and 1. Get a few more entries in there. Like I said, we're going to spend every dollar we take in on this deal. Right now, they're at 4, 2, 1. I anticipate them to get up to 5, 3, 1. We're close to doing that, but we need more of you in there. So go to Eventbrite, become part of our golf event. Whether or not I do this again is based on how this one does. As you know, for years, I've been reluctant to do this just because I don't think golf is big enough with our show, but a very loud group of people have been asking me to do this. So I said, all right, I'll do it this year. If it works out, we'll do it again. If we don't, then we did it once. It'll be a lot of fun. It's a round of golf. That's awesome. That's great. So we'll see how it goes. Eventbrite.com. Get your tickets if you want this thing. Like we said, the more people jump in, the more holes that get sponsored, the bigger the prizes get, essentially. So go ahead and go to eventbrite.com and get your tickets for the golf outing Sunday, July 27th at Wapakata in lovely Sauk Rapids, Minnesota. And then, of course, your tickets for the anniversary show. Saturday, July 26th. Johnny, myself, Gino, Keanu. I believe Roots is going to be there. I did try to, Roots wanted Hobo to go, and I had some kind of thing set up for Hobo to go, and I said, get in touch with me. He was a dick about it, so I guess he doesn't want to show up. I guess if he emails me, I can let him know what Roots wanted to do. Otherwise, I got shit to do for the anniversary show, so there's that. Posterior attention, thank you for becoming a member for 37 months. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Gray Duckling with $10 says, I spent a lot of money to have you organize this event. What? How does that?
I have no idea how that works.
I need an explanation on that one. I do. You guys are 160 away from tonight's goal. Yes, that's right. Steel Toe is ahead. Steel Toe is ahead. Thank you. 160 away. So here's my deal. Let's get tonight done. You know what? If we get tonight done and we get under 300 for tomorrow morning, I will go till 11. I can't go any faster, or I can't go any further than 11 though, because I got to get that deck stained and be ready for that. Be ready for that rain, as it were. Thank you, Gray Duckling. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Okay, so now you've got you got the Bongino Bondi shit going on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now we have Donald Trump seemingly taking sides on this thing. And the side he's taking is with his DOJ head, the Attorney General, Pam Bondi. Shano Banano with $20. Give her a Hogan. Where's the Hogan? Here it is.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Shano Banano with $20 says, Morning, Toe Boys. See you at the anniversary show. Thank you, Shano Banano. Where does that put her now?
It's Hogan Fest at Towa.
It's Hogan. So that's going to put Shannon in third place.
Thank you, Shannon.
With $20. That puts Long Balls in fourth, and Redbird is in the cuck chair. What the fuck? How can Redbird be in the goddamn cuck chair? That's a travesty. Bye, Nicholas. You are no longer in
the
cuck chair. And you guys are now 140 away from tonight's goal. Thank you very much. Steel Toe ahead again. If we make it to Thursday morning ahead, that's 4 weeks. That's a month that we've been ahead of the goals. Thank you. Los Federales says, Aaron, did the golf tournament already happen? No, July 27th. No. I wanted to sponsor a hole for Johnny's Exotic Meats. Johnny has confirmed he will be there to shake hands. Hey, that's great.
Nope.
If somebody does sponsor a hole on behalf of Johnny's Exotic Meats, I can get someone else to run the clubhouse, and Johnny can be out at the Johnny's Exotic Meats hole.
You realize I'm going to die in that heat, man.
We don't know how hot it's going to be. Dude, we'll set you up with a table, an umbrella, all the drinks you want.
Bring a fan.
The whole deal. The whole deal, buddy. How about we first of all, someone would have to give us $150 and say this is for Johnny's Exotic Meats. So you might be in the clear on that one. I don't think anybody's going to want to fuck with you that badly. I don't think anyone wants to fuck with you $150 bad. So,
Andrew, son, you have your chance, and this is it.
So this is what we got from Donald Trump on the Pam Bondi, Dan Bongino thing. Let's take a look. This is where Donnie landed on the whole deal. And also, if there is no issue, and if this is all a rumor and this argument never happened, then why are we having to print? Then why is Trump having to announce who?
Yeah, why are we addressing rumors, Don?
Yeah.
Back in Alive Now, I'm Austin Westfall. A live look at the White House, where it's
Austin Westfall. That's what we're currently witnessing. The West falling.
Oh, I thought he said Westball. I was like, oh my God.
Approaching 7 p.m. in the nation's capital. Some breaking news to get to. President Trump is defending his attorney general amid the Department of Justice's Epstein files criticism. President Trump posting a lengthy...
Boy, this guy has the charisma of a dead water buffalo. Jesus Christ.
Wow, buddy. The breaking news, Donald Trump said Pam Bondi,
he's given us that I'm just filling in energy. That's what he's giving us.
Statement on his platform, Truth Social.
Jesus.
I've got the entire thing in front of me here, just to give you an idea of how long
It's
this
on your
post
disc.
is. That's what we're working with. I'm going to read the full thing. We were covering this.
Oh, God, this is going to be like getting my teeth yanked out with a fucking wrench.
Dynamite drop-in. That's all I can think when I hear this dude talking.
This guy with no energy holds up a long-ass piece of paper, and he goes, I'm going to read this whole thing now. Like, oh, fuck.
You know what? I take it back. I don't need those sleeping pills. I found something better.
If you die and you're wondering where you went in the afterlife, if you're greeted by this guy reading long Truth Social posts, you know you were a bad boy when you were on Earth, and that God wants nothing to do with you.
Or that heaven really is Mormon.
This guy, if they ever rebooted Mrs. Doubtfire, which laugh, it's coming, I'm sure. But if they ever reboot Mrs. Doubtfire, this guy could be the old dinosaur host before Robin Williams gets the gig. The Brontosaurus is an herbivore. And he walks with the...
Last night, some of the internal...
I want Bill O'Reilly to come in, knock this guy out of the chair and go, "Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. I eat wood. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. It tastes good. Da-na-na. No meat. Big feet. I eat wood."
Disputes, if you want to put it that way, between Bondi and the FBI's Dan Bongino related to the Epstein files. This is what Trump said on Truth Social moments ago. I'm reading it verbatim.
I'm really sorry, you guys, that you have to hear it from this guy. This is as dry as the news gets, I think.
What's going on with my boys and, in some cases, gals?
Jesus Christ, this guy's the worst. Hello.
Complains that plain oatmeal is too spicy.
I want to hear this guy read mystical lyrics. Shake your ass. Oh, sorry, I gave it too much there, didn't I?
Yeah.
Shake your ass.
Shake your ass.
Show me
But
what you're
watch
working with. Shake your ass. I like my women fire like cayenne.
They're all going after Attorney General Pam Bondi, who is doing a fantastic job. We're on one team, MAGA. And I don't like...
You can find me in St. Louis, where the gun play, ring all day. Some got jobs, some sell yay. Others just smoke and fuck all day. I'm from the home of the Red Fox, said the entertainer, jetting off with Brian Cox. I'll see you later. Maybe not. I have something hot in the Navigator.
What's happening? We have a perfect administration, the talk of the world, and selfish people are trying to hurt it. All over a guy who never dies, Jeffrey Epstein. For years,
it's funny that I agree with him, but for the wrong reasons.
Right.
Like, he wants us all to shut the fuck up. I gave you the answer. Go away. I'm like, no. Yeah, you're right. This Epstein thing is pulling your administration apart, but it's because you won't fucking tell the truth.
It's because you're really bad at lying about this. It's kind of obvious.
Epstein over and over again. Why are we giving publicity to files written by Obama, Crooked Hillary, Comey, Brennan, and the losers?
Wait, I didn't write those files. What are you talking about?
Wasn't your Justice Department the one that he was in custody? Didn't you guys arrest him?
He's saying that I wrote the files. I didn't. $20 super chat from Mr. Kill Everything says, why did you write the files? I didn't. That's dumb. I'm not. It's a different Brennan.
Wow.
It's stupid.
And criminals of the Biden files written by Obama, Crooked Hillary, Comey, Brennan.
That's not true. That bunch of shoolies made me write that. That's bullshit.
And the losers and criminals of the Biden administration who conned the world with the Russia hoax.
You understand, Don, that we hate Epstein and all the shit surrounding him way more than we hate Joe Biden or Barack Obama. Like, we see Barack and Biden as just the puppets of this whole Epstein thing. You're not going to shame us off this Epstein thing by going, what are you siding with Biden and Obama? If they agree with me on this Epstein thing, Don, then yep. That's what, if Obama and Biden are saying that this guy was up to some shit and you're saying that he wasn't, then yeah, I guess I'm siding with Biden and Obama on that one. Don't fucking play the guilt by association game with me, you little bitch. Sit here and go, I said the magic word Biden. That'll back you off. No. If Joe Biden came out today and said, America's foreign policy is being held hostage by Benjamin Netanyahu, I would go, yeah, I'm on fucking Biden's side with that one.
Yeah.
51 intelligence agents, the laptop from hell, and more. They created the Epstein files just like they created the fake Hillary Clinton, Christopher Steele dossier that they used on me.
Wait.
And now my so-called friends.
Wait, but aren't these the Epstein files that you're talking about? So I'm confused. He's saying that these people created these Epstein files, and they're the same people that created the Steele dossier. Well, the Steele dossier was bullshit. We know it's bullshit. It was fake. So you're saying that the Epstein files are fake. Well,
but you said there were no files. There was no thing.
Right. God damn this guy. People.
Yeah, dude, it kind of really sucks.
Well, and people, like, there's people who are so devout and devoted to this guy that they're going to let this go. Like, they're going to give him a pass on this.
And they're going to forget that one of the reasons he got votes from people outside of MAGA was because we all kind of gathered around he's going to go after the people that are allowing these crimes to go forward. That was one of his reasons for wanting to go hard on the border, because something Democrats don't talk about is with the open border thing. There was a lot of, child assault and SA stuff that's allowed to permit, because that's happening.
Right.
So people wanted this shit locked down, and to suddenly be like, oh, why are we talking about this? This isn't a thing. Like, no. A lot of us expected some movement here, Don, and you gave us a fuck you.
Jesus may forgive, but a daddy don't forget. I've got just one small problem here in Little Rock. Without you, baby, I'm not me.
If you're trying to do the newscaster, there's way too much emotion.
It's Colin Ray, though. He gets amped up for mid-90s country.
Are playing right into their hands.
Hey, pretty lady, would you give me a sign? I'd give anything to make you mine, oh mine. I'll do your bidding and be at your beck and call. I've never seen anyone looking so fine. Man, I gotta have her. She's one of a kind. I'm going once, going twice, and I'm sold to the lady in the second row. She's an 8, she's a 9, she's a 10, I know. She's got ruby red lips, blonde hair, blue eyes, and I'm about to bid my heart goodbye.
Why didn't these radical left lunatics release the Epstein files?
Because they were the same reason you didn't, cocksucker. Because
it kind of paints them bad too.
They were in them. That's why. Dude, the fucking MAGA response to this has been so gay. They're like, if Trump was in there, why wouldn't Biden release him during the election? Because he was in them too.
I know. I was getting so annoyed with people going, oh, if you really think that they had that proof on Donald Trump and they wouldn't find a way to release it. It's like, we've seen all of the proof that they have released on Epstein, and there is evidence of Trump and Epstein having a correlation with photographs. We've seen that they've met each other, arms, that they look very friendly. But if they had anything to release, like pulling out and going, look, Donald Trump's there, and then we have to go, yeah, but so is Bill Clinton, and so. Like, like I said, Epstein is a suicide pill. Neither side can cash that football because they hurt their own side in the process.
You might say nobody can, this stuff is plutonium. Nobody can handle it.
Nobody can touch it.
It's true, but that's how international blackmail works. That's how, the drug companies bribe both political parties. You give them both money. They can't turn on you.
There was anything in there that could have hurt the MAGA movement. Why didn't they use it?
Ugh.
They haven't even given up on the John F. Kennedy or Martin Luther King Jr. files. No matter how much success we have had securing the border, deporting criminals, fixing the economy, energy dominance, a safer world where Iran will not have nuclear weapons.
You mean like the world you entered into?
Oh, so you're talking about So in other words, what you're saying is stuff we can't quantify, one thing we can show traction on, and a whole lot of laundry list stuff for Israel. Cool.
Hold on. Somebody needs to make an appointment with me, and I do need to respond to this now. Yes, how long will it take to stain my deck? Probably an hour or two.
I have no idea.
There we go. With that sponge that I got, it should be pretty quick. There we go.
It's never enough for some people. We are about to achieve more in 6 months than any other administration has achieved in over 100 years.
Easy. Fucking easy, dude. Easy. All right? You got those tariffs coming back August 1st. Mm-hmm. Although I do have to take an L on the tariffs in a second here. I think we got that story coming up later today. There was a story that the Treasury reported a surplus in June. And a lot of it was because of tariff income. So I might have to shut the fuck up. I don't know. We'll see.
And we have so much more to do, Trump says. He continues, we are saving our country.
All right, I can't fucking listen to this guy. I think we get the idea, right?
Yeah.
I can't. This guy's going to put me to sleep. Jeez. And I'm loaded up with Celsius. And this guy's putting me to bed. Jesus. I'm happily able to separate things I don't like that Trump does and still support MAGA, says Tilt. Right? Thank you. Exactly. You can still say, I voted for this guy. I'm rolling with this guy. This is bullshit. This pisses me off.
Right.
In fact,
just because you don't agree with his action on this doesn't mean you have a problem with him or MAGA.
Right. Exactly. Like, I still hope he does a great job. I'm still riding with him on a lot of different policies. In fact, I'm riding with him on policies that he's not riding with himself on anymore. Like, this guy was supposed to be, anti-intervention. He's bombing Iran. I'm still anti-intervention.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry that most Trump voters are more Trump than Trump is.
I feel like we're not getting a lot of what we wanted when people voted for Trump or supported Trump being president. But at the same rate, I'm not like, oh, we'll get someone else in or Kamala would have been better or whatever. I'm hoping things will get better. Like, well, hopefully we can pull this plane up.
Right. Sam Show says, yeah, just dismiss covering up the kid effers. The government is worth saving. You're a cuck. What have we been screaming about all goddamn day? Yes, I want him to do a good job. The Epstein stuff is fucking bullshit. And if this doesn't get reversed or if somebody doesn't come out and tell us the fucking truth, I'm going to consider this to be like the biggest stain against Donald Trump's record ever. That's just me. Well, you know who we go to for our feelings on shit like this?
Who?
One man. What's his name? One man, 2 words. What's his name?
Big balls.
Well, okay.
Long balls.
No, you're right. It's not big balls. It's not long balls. It's the one and only. It's the man. It's Alex Jones.
Okay.
AJ is out here fucking pounding the pavement, giving us. I feel bad for Alex because he just really wants Trump to be the guy.
Yeah.
He really wants Trump to be the baddest man on the planet. And like, when shit happens that's disappointing, like the Epstein stuff, you can see that Alex is about to cry.
It's affected him.
Yeah, and I think Alex spent the whole week last week trying to figure out how this can turn into a W for Trump.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he's come up with something. Should we hear him out?
Sure.
I think it would be hilarious if you just would have went, no, let's skip it. Then I would have been like, oh fuck. What are we going to do about this? We're 140 away from tonight, by the way, so we're still ahead goal-wise. If you guys keep it that way, I will go until 11 this morning. So thank you very, very much. 140 away from tonight. Thanks for all your Streamlabs, PayPals, Venmos, Super Chats. I think we're 50 gifted memberships away also from, is it 300 on Rumble? So thank you guys very much for that.
Thank you.
As you know, I just call balls and strikes.
Mostly balls. Big,
hairy balls.
Swinging balls with little swirly hairs on them.
And after years of saying they will release the Epstein file or list, suddenly they're not going to, and we're told it doesn't exist.
But then Trump comes out last night and says, well, it does exist.
What the fuck is this? I need to take our camera off for a second. This is an emergency. What the fuck is that?
That looks like, I know what it looks like from
That looks
here.
like anal bead dick. That looks like
does.
a dickhead with anal beads on it.
It really does.
It's
But I actually,
don't. Before you even try to ruin this for us, is Alex Jones sitting on a plastic cock with ridges on it?
We see it here. It's in the deep film. You can see that is a full anal penetration device.
That's an anal penetration
they've gotten
device.
Alex Jones, they have sodomized him.
You can say
his
it in
own
whatever voice you want to, but if he covers up for the lack of Epstein files, I'm going to know that this is a rubber cock that he shoves up his asshole.
It's actually it's a camera grip thing.
It's a camera grip thing. Yeah, I bet you it gets a grip.
Yeah, no, it's designed so it can function like it can hold on to stuff.
A grip on the lips of Alex Jones's anus.
Well, if you've got enough baby oil, I mean, it'll go places, I'm sure.
Is having a one-man freak-off in the Ritz-Carlton.
Yeah, you get to shape it how you like it, so it hits all the spots.
Bro, that's a cock.
I mean, at that angle, yeah.
Well, if we're talking angles, anything can be a cock. I mean, really. Anything's a cock if you sit hard enough.
Penetration's all about determination.
Penetration is achieved when preparation meets opportunization. Penetration is when preparation meets appreciation.
It does exist, but the Democrats had control of it, manipulated it, which is actually true. They've had control, but they would destroy anything they didn't want in there and leave what they wanted in there that their investigators could plant. So people
see, I knew he was going to end up doing this. He's doing a thing. He's trying to make this okay that Trump didn't release it. He's trying to. He's even talking about it like, I came up with it. Oh, I figured it out. Oh, it's this. It's like that aha moment, which means Alex was sitting in a room by himself all week last week, trying to think about how this wasn't Trump's fault.
Right.
So, well, then whose side are you on? This is a giant fiasco. I'm trying to call balls and strikes. I'm trying to look at every angle of this and understand what's happening.
I can tell by this thing you're into angles, bro. We see the fucking rubber dick you've got on your desk. You're working angles.
Happening. Understand why the Trump administration.
I need the one that tickles my prostate. That's the angle I'm looking for. A lot of people say it's in the hind end and then maybe a little to the right. But then I wonder, my right or the dildo's right?
And a lot of people don't know this, but it's a documented medical condition. It's documented, it's proven. I have an extremely long anus. So the regular isn't going to do me. I need something that's going to go hard and go long.
That's right. One time I had a buddy who was running, he was running a adult toy shop. And I came in one day. I said, hey, buddy, how you doing? He said, I'm doing pretty good, but I need to step outside the store for a minute. You think you could take over and sell for me? And I said, okay, I'll do it. I'll help out a friend. So a guy walks in. He goes, how much for that white dildo you got there? And I said, well, that one's $50. And he goes, okay, and he buys the white dildo. Another guy comes in, and he says, how much for your black dildo? And I said, that one's going to be $100. And he says, okay, and he pays $100. And another guy goes, how much for that red and black checkered dildo you got there? And I said, that one's $250. He says, okay, and he buys it. My buddy came back and he said, hey, how'd it go? You make any sales? And I said, yeah, I got $50 for the white dildo. He goes, that's really good. And I said, I got $100 for the black dildo. And he goes, that's really good too. And he says, and I got $250 for your thermos. I heard that.
I wasn't expecting it to go thermos. When you said black and red checkered, I was like, okay, interesting.
Yeah, it's a Martin Mull joke from the show The Green Room with Paul Provenza.
Did a 180 the last few months, and particularly the last week, and did this, and then blames loyal supporters that support the overall agenda as being traitorous for doing this.
Yeah, that kind of pissed us off. We were like, hey, this Epstein thing's bullshit. And he's like, maybe you're gay. And we're like, oh. Fuck you then, dude. Now here's the thing about like the those of us who don't necessarily believe in Trump, but believe in him as like a rock through the window,
right?
We are the more temperamental of his supporters. We are the easier to piss off. While we may not be libertarians because that's fucking gay, we have a lot of libertarian leanings, you know? And when he pisses us off, I will admit we run a little hot. Whereas his supporters, like the dyed-in-the-wool MAGA, like they believe everything, they're a little more patient. They're like, trust the plan. This is all going to work out in the end. You have to understand about us rock through the window people. We're a little more radical. Like Trump, like we kind of want this whole thing overthrown and we want to go back to the revolution. We're kind of like Jeffersonians, if you will, like Tree of Liberty and all that. Whereas
but even just his like calling out anyone who talks about this, like kind of like coming at him like they're traitors, like that's still not a good look either.
No.
Like now it just seems like something's up.
Don't know.
And Alex Jones has a giant dildo that he's sitting on in his hotel room. So where are we
Again,
at?
that's how they keep him quiet.
Oh.
What triggered this? It was Elon 2 months ago saying, look, Trump's in the list and that big break up there. And then Trump wants it closed. He wants it shut down, which looks extremely incriminating.
Yes.
But from all of my deep research, never saw Trump involved in any illegal activity with Jeffrey Epstein. So we are.
Well, yeah, that's why he doesn't want to release it.
Because there's no evidence other than a couple of photos of him in public, you know, schmoozing with him at some parties.
And videos, yeah.
Oh, videos, that's right.
Yeah. So it's like, yeah, well, why wouldn't he release it? There's no evidence of it. Because maybe the evidence is in there. That could be where the evidence is, Alex.
Simply here, tracking this case, not choosing a side, not wanting to make things be what we want them to be, but simply looking at the facts. But
it's not what we want them to be. Ghislaine Maxwell is in prison because she sex trafficked people for Jeffrey Epstein, which means there's fucking clients. And now these people are saying there's no clients. Bullshit. It's not that we want the reality to be a certain thing. It's that, as they say, the math ain't mathin' on this.
The reality was a certain thing until a little while ago. Now all of a sudden it's different. And a lot of us are going, wait a minute.
I dropped the ball. I didn't even think about the fact. I'm like, oh, yeah, if they've had the list and they've had the files for years, the Democrats would take stuff out, destroy it. Well, that's obvious. They would leave in and twist and put in what they wanted.
Oh.
They have a long history of false documents, reports, Crossfire Hurricane, the list goes on and on. January 6th. So we've got to investigate this. We've got to keep open minds about this on all angles. But this is the big story. And this has put the Trump administration into a mega massive crisis.
It all comes back to being the Democrats' fault. It's just too convenient to me. That's all. It always ends up being the fault of the Democrats somehow, some way.
It's a real shame they couldn't have done anything during that first administration of Trump's when they had all that stuff there. They had to leave it in there for Biden and Obama and them to get in and change stuff.
Release all that shit once Epstein died, right? In what, 2019?
Yeah.
Release it then. We didn't even have any COVID back then. The world was your oyster. You were fucking crushing it back in 19. Could have released us some Epstein files and everybody would have been pleased as punch. Missed opportunity. Mommy says, imagine being a victim of Epstein and the pervs, then hearing it's a big nothing burger, right? That's got to make you feel a little crazy, I would guess.
I've at that point, you've got to be worried, like, now is their chance to take you out so that way you can never speak against them either, because now everyone's focused on the whole, well, it isn't a thing. And so now's the perfect time for your brakes to go out.
Yeah. Lander says, yeah, trust the plan to cover up for pedos and Mossad honeypot. Yeah, just trust the plan. Mommy says, you can say what you want about President Putin, but we deal with pedos appropriately here in Russia. I just don't get it. Like, Vladimir Putin runs an oligarchy, right? And then, like, I watched that movie Dumb Money over the weekend. We do the same
We're pretty
shit.
much an oligarchy.
We do the same thing. Like, we attack Vladimir Putin for running essentially the same kind of government we do. The only difference is we don't have one dictator. We have about 10 to 25 dictators.
And a nice revolving door of political head figures.
Right, where it's like, oh, hey, there's the president. It's like you might as well say, oh, look, there's King Charles. He's in charge. Uh-huh.
Yep.
Okay.
Old ass cancer England's calling the shots, I'm sure.
I forgot about his ass cancer. He must be doing all right.
He's still kicking.
Yeah. His asshole, he must not be bleeding out from the anus yet. Which is
motherfucker can walk better than me, I'll be honest.
You know what they say? Every day not bleeding out from the anus is a good day.
Shit. Hopefully tomorrow for me.
It's the old adage. Every day every day that you're not bleeding from the asshole is a good day.
Did not know that one.
140 away from tonight's goal. If you guys knock out tonight's goal and get within 300 of tomorrow morning, I will go until 11 today. All right, OBS has already given us the warning crash once today. You ready for maybe two of them?
Okay.
We got clips from the Candace Owens Nick Fuentes interview from over the weekend. We're going to do this, and while I open this up and get this ready, let's talk about our friends at All Care Towing. 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, All Care Towing with the trucks and wreckers big enough to take care of everything from motorcycles to heavy-duty equipment, and they are there quicker than anyone else in the business. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. Remember, at Midland Armory, they have Derek and Tracy have the knowledge to answer any questions you have about what you might need for hunting, personal protection, home protection, carry, and anything else. They've also got the suppressor process taken care of from start to finish. Beginning to end, the whole suppressor process is taken care of at Midland Armory. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. Of course, with Midland Armory, you're always in good hands when you need the knowledge of protection from the people who are experts at it. And Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Visit Stoney's every Thursday for bike night, every weekend for live music. And remember, not this weekend, but the next one, Saturday the 26th, the Steel Toe Anniversary Party Comedy Show Cornhole Tournament. It starts at 2. There's a food truck. There's a winner-take-all bags tournament. You can sign up for that or just say you're in the minute you get there. The bags tournament and the party and everything is free. The only thing you need to pay for is the comedy show. That's $20. You can get those tickets on eventbrite.com. That's eventbrite.com. Steel Toe Morning Show 11th Anniversary Party. Show up at 2 o'clock and help us ring in 11 years of Steel Toe. Nobody makes it that long anymore. And here we are. Go to eventbrite.com, get your tickets. Stoney's Bar, Saturday the 26th. And while you're there, you can also get tickets for both the comedy show and the golf event at Wapakata in Sauk Rapids the following morning at 8 a.m. Prizes right now are $400 for the winner, $200 for second place, $100 for third place. Those are going to go up, 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 and up as more of you sign up and more holes get sponsored. If every hole gets sponsored, I think we're also going to raffle off. No, we're definitely going to raffle off a TV if every hole gets sponsored. All right. Let's go into our... Oh, and by the way, bringing you the golf outing, the event, all of it sponsored by Affordable Sign Service. That's right. Mike at Affordable Sign Service can make you yard signs, those big banners you need to promote a family reunion or high school reunion or big event. Yard signs from big to small. Check them out, affordablesignservice.com. That's affordablesignservice.com in St. Cloud and Alexandria. Affordable Sign Service. Visit them today. All right, here we go. Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens. This is
okay.
I listened to all 2 hours of this, and I picked out some clips, and I have to say, this interview is wild. This, I mean, Nick Fuentes, I think Nick Fuentes is kind of like anti-Semitism.
Okay.
In that the more Israel bomb Palestinians, the more popular he becomes. Nick Fuentes gets more and more heat and more attention the more shit in the Middle East comes up, because Israel is like his big topic.
Pet peeve.
Yeah,
he's talking about it.
So we have a couple of clips here. We have 4 clips in total from the Candace. It got, when you have a gay guy and a woman, it can get catty and bitchy. And boy, did that room get catty and bitchy, man. I mean, it really did get, a couple of times I was like, ooh, these girls are going to start pulling hair pretty soon. You know?
I was hoping for it.
Candace Owens got on Nick Fuentes and was wondering how much of his worldview. Now, I don't understand this. I understand the general point, but the way she's making it, I don't get it. She tried to find out, like, how much of Nick's worldview is based on him not being married and not having kids. Now, I understand that question from time to time, like, hey, this person doesn't have a wife, they don't have kids, they don't have a family. I wonder how much of that, when you have kids, it kind of, you get more practical, I think. I think Mel Gibson in The Patriot said it best to his son when he's like, when you have children, when you have family of your own, I hope then maybe you'll understand. Or like when they said to him during that debate, what about your principles? And he said, I'm a father. I haven't got the luxury of principles. That resonates with people who have children. But sometimes I think people use that you don't have kids thing as a cop-out in an argument. And I don't.
You're saying that's what you think Candace did?
I think it's one of those 50-50 deals. It's what Candace is doing, but also Nick's being kind of a closeted gay bitch about it. In that if I were a closeted gay guy, I would have kind of the reaction that Nick did in this clip. So here's Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes talking about family. Now, OBS, don't crash on me. YouTube, don't crash on me. He's not talking about Jews in this clip. By the way, speaking of which, hit thumbs up. It helps a ton. Wait a minute. Hold on a minute. Restream. Over 800 of you checking out the show right now. I appreciate that. So everybody on whatever platform you're watching, Kick, Facebook, Twitter, Rumble, YouTube, hit like, hit follow, hit subscribe. Throw a membership at us. We appreciate it. Here we go. Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes talking about the kids.
The things that you say, I do think, okay, he doesn't take into account family. Like, it's just Nick. Nick is in his own world, which can be, I think, a quite selfish perspective, which is fine. That's what you're saying. You like being selfish is another way.
Kind of a passive-aggressive, manipulative tactic she's taken here.
Yeah, to say you don't have kids is being selfish. No, maybe you're not a kid person. That's another thing, too, where I don't like where people go, oh, well, you don't have an understanding or a perspective of a worldview because you don't have children. That's fair. But then to go, well, because you're being selfish. No, I was never obligated to have kids. That's a choice thing.
But, like, I don't like how she's, like, buddying up to him while she shits on him. I don't like that she's going, well, and it's selfish, and you say it's selfish, and you maybe understand that it's selfish. Like, acting like I understand you, I get you. But then also using the word selfish over and over. I don't know. And quit putting fucking War and Peace in your background. Shut up. You ain't reading War and Peace.
Right, to say what you just said. I like being selfish and I don't want to give of myself.
That's what Nick said. Nick said, I'm not ready to get married yet because I'm selfish. I like my life. I like to be able to just go places if I want to. I love doing my show. So I don't want to drag a partner into that and then have kids and blah, blah. And it's like, well, that's a remarkably reasonable answer.
Yeah, I mean, because, if he drags a partner into this, she's going to have to wait there while he goes out and meets guys. It's going to be a huge
right. Problem. I don't want it. When I'm going out to find cock, I don't want some gash at home.
To somebody else. But
I also think there's something selfless involved, which is to say, I could go and start a family and drag them into a world of mine, which is pretty chaotic.
Yeah.
I mean, is this really the kind of a lifestyle? If I'm banned on everything and I can't make a living, I'm banned from banking, I'm banned from credit card processing.
That's just it. Like, he's not exaggerating.
No, he's not exaggerating, but and I agree with his point and his take on this, but I also want to, that is kind of part of the thing when you call out the Steens, shall we say.
Well, the former wrestler Kevin Steen, Johnny's talking about, they have a long-term feud, but it is like, it's kind of like when Gary Oldman said the you-know-whats control Hollywood.
Yeah.
And they're like, no, we don't. And if you don't apologize, we're going to make sure you don't get roles anymore. It's like, well, wait a minute, guys. That's kind of the opposite of what you're trying to say. And like, Nick Fuentes is like, let's say you say golden retrievers control the banks. And then a group of golden retrievers go, hey, we don't control the banks. That's anti-golden retriever horseshit. Take away all his banking. Like, but if golden retrievers don't control the bank, then golden retrievers shouldn't be able to take away Nick Fuentes' banking process, payment processing shit.
This isn't making sense.
It's weird.
Getting doxxed. People are showing up to my house trying to kill me, things like that. And what's more, I mean, let's also get, I also don't appreciate the lecture. You don't know me. So
I like that.
I know you're married. I know you're older than me, but you don't know me. You don't know my life. You don't know my situation. I don't think
I love cock, and that is not conducive to marrying a woman and starting a family. These are very.
But I disagree with him. We do know your situation. Your situation is you're gay.
Just say you're gay. Well, and it's weird because watching these two, I really do feel like I'm standing above a fighting pit watching two people. Like I'm not necessarily rooting for one or the other. Mm-hmm. Like I've got my problems with Candace Owens. I've got my problems with Nick Fuentes. It's mostly derived from him not saying he's gay. But she was being condescending.
Yeah.
And he's also being a little touchy. At the same time, I think it's both. But I do like that he stood up to her and he's like, I don't appreciate your line of questioning. Like, you're kind of being shitty to me right now, and you don't fucking know me. I like that.
She's kind of being a bitch. He's kind of being a bit of a fag.
Right. Exactly. I told you when we were when I teased this at the beginning of the show, I said that you're getting a catty black lady and a closeted gay dude. It's gonna get bitchy.
You don't know my life. You don't know my situation. I don't think you're in a position to give me advice, especially as a woman.
Dude, all we need is Maury Povich and a paternity test, and these two are in an episode. Y'all don't know me.
Honestly, I don't think women, this is something in the right wing. We say we're anti-feminist, and then women go around telling men what to do who are not their husbands. And, I don't really buy into that ideologically, but that's besides the point. My life has been tumultuous from the very beginning, from the time I turned 18.
I was born into chaos, raised by it, molded by it. I didn't know anti-Semitism until I was a man. By then, I was just hungry for cock.
People were coming from my neck and trying to get me, and I was kicked out of college.
Protect your neck.
Once you're branded as an anti-Semite, before it became cool or popular.
Wait, what?
It's not cool or popular.
Hold on.
It's just having an uptick, sir.
Being an anti-Semite is cool and popular? Let's check in with Mel Gibson on that one. Mel, how you doing? Got a new Lethal Weapon movie coming out? No? Okay. Gary Oldman, is it? No? Okay, just checking. I love how Nick Fuentes is like, I'm banned on payment processors. I'm banned from banking. Anyway, anti-Semitism is cool and popular. Like, bro, it doesn't sound like it.
Can't get a job, can't make a living, get banned from PayPal, all this kind of stuff. That's a very difficult environment to try to have a dating life. What do I do?
That's right. If you don't have a PayPal account, you can't date. Everybody knows that.
My life is so hectic. I only have a time to meet a guy in a restroom for a quickie, and that's it. Like, that's all my life allows.
Do you understand that when I get my dick sucked by a gentleman in a hotel room, I have no means to wire him the money? Do you understand when I take a cat boy out for dinner, I have no way to pay the tab because I don't have a PayPal?
Go out on Tinder, I go to a bar, and I say, hey, I'm a neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes that the ADL is writing articles about every day.
Well, I would never introduce, I wouldn't start out with that.
I mean, congrats for owning it, but whoa.
That's funny. I just imagine Nick going on a date and meeting a woman. He's like, hi, I'm a neo-Nazi. And she's like, okay, look, you and I, we don't have to learn everything about each other on the first, like, we can ease into this.
Hey, I'm going to start a dating profile on Tinder. People are going to screenshot that, mess with me in all kinds of ways. It's a very difficult predicament, actually, for me, because I took on basically a huge sacrifice at the beginning. And I don't know that you really appreciate that enough.
I think, dude, her reaction is going to piss you off, I think, because I don't know how you feel, but that's a really reasonable response. I mean, we make fun of him and everything because he's Nick Fuentes, but like, it's an incredibly smart reason to not start a family, to not drag people into that shit.
He does sadly have a point.
Yeah. He is an anti-Semite.
I think that you're somebody who, you had a career in politics for as long as I was fighting a battle. You were at Daily Wire with a contract. You're at Turning Point. You're making good money. You're doing book deals. You're part of this thing.
Oh, fuck.
That I'm criticizing and paying a very heavy price for at a time when no one's saying those things, when it's very unpopular.
Shit.
And it's not to say that I'm a victim, because I did it willingly and I love it and I would do it again. But it is to say that,
I have to say, like, as Nick gets older, he's getting better and better at this shit.
He is getting better, yeah.
That's a good point. Like, Candace Owens acts like she's this counterculture figure, and he's like, bitch, when you were, like, groveling for shekels at the Daily Wire, I was doing this shit.
And I was getting fucking shit on for it. That is accurate.
And I have lived very different lives. And, it's easy, I think, for you to say you had your husband, have your kids, you got your ducks in a row, made quite a bit of money, then you discovered the truth. And
plus, I think her husband's like a billionaire or like a millionaire. He's got a lot of money, her husband.
Then you went out on a limb. And it's not to say you didn't make sacrifices and it wasn't a risk, and it paid off. You're doing great now, and I congratulate you. But with me, there was no calculation. I mean, I almost want to say I was 17. What's your excuse? I was 17 and I woke up and I went balls to the wall, bucket of ice cold water, as you said.
Yeah, balls to the wall and in your mouth.
The anal wall.
Yeah. You went butt to the wall, my friend.
Hey?
The balls were already there.
I made a lot of enemies, and maybe that wasn't wise. But I told the truth, and I took on extremely heavy cost for my personal life. It basically has made it so that I can't have a personal life. I don't even have many friends. Forget about, dating women. I can't even really have a lot of male friends because there's such an incentive to betray.
Forget dating women. I can't even suck off a guy in a Quick Trip bathroom. You know how hellish my life is? You're a black woman pretending to be white. You understand how difficult it is to try to be something you're not.
Pay me to turn your back on me. Because there are people that are being paid to attack me all the time on Twitter or for information about me, things like that. So
I feel you, buddy.
Wait, we can get paid to do this?
Yeah, right.
Thing like everything else that I'm figuring out one step at a time, just like my show. And, when I get banned from something, whether or not I'll be able to have a family and kids and what that'll look like. But I mean, it's a little more complicated, I think, than maybe you understand.
So then I'm upset that this clip didn't grab the follow-up to that, which is her telling him, oh, you kind of triggered about that.
I just want to say, for my opinion, him with a family and having kids looks like it starts with, ew, icky, stinky, ew. Like,
why does it smell like that? Why is it all wet? Oh, I don't get it. It's like a swamp.
What if he sucks it out and spits it into a turkey baster? Will that work?
Why? What do I go up to the top part, or do I go in the middle? I go in the middle, right? Or is it no, Nick, it's down a little low. Oh, it's like by the butthole. I think I could get used to. Can we just go in the butthole? Is that okay? I can just do that.
No, Nick.
King Kong Dong with $1 says, can affordable signs make a Johnny Exotic Meats sign that I have? I told you guys, if somebody wants to sponsor a hole for Johnny's Exotic Meats for $150.
King Kong will do it. He designed a fucking billboard. He'll send the pictures and everything. Yep. I hate this.
Switchblade Proper with $2 says, Nick said that Candace invited him under the pretense that they would be discussing Iran, and she flipped the script when the camera turned on. Oh,
that's a fucking dirty tactic.
That's pretty dishonest. I got to be honest with you. It's pretty dishonest. Eric Cartman says, Candace is a fake cunt. Bigot on Socialist Media says, I didn't listen to Nick until recently. I find myself agreeing with him often. Probably should have started listening to this fag a while ago. Here's my thing about Nick is that the stuff he's right on, he's bravely right on that a lot of people just won't say. But he is like obsessed with race. Like to a level that I just can't get behind. Like he's really obsessed with race. Eric Hartman says these two should just fuck each other. The tension sex would be amazing. Oh, Nick's very much against that, as you're going to find out in this next clip. Again, whether I agree with Nick Fuentes or I disagree with Nick Fuentes, I got to give him credit for having giant fucking Mexican balls for going in here and to Candace Owens' face. Now, I don't know if you know this, Johnny, but Candace Owens is her husband is what color?
I believe black?
No, he's white.
Or wait, no, white.
She's married to a white guy and has children.
That's right.
It takes balls to go on Candace Owens' show, and when she goes, you don't think there should be race mixing. Like, it would be easy to go in there and, like, soften your message on that for the person you're talking to. To go in there and just go, yeah, fuck, no, I think it's bullshit. It's like, wow. Whether I agree with him or not on that point, like, to me, like, if people want to have babies with someone who's a different race than them, I can't think of something that's less of my business.
Like, doesn't really involve me.
I don't fucking care. I don't give a shit. Like, I got me.
Dad's going to stick around and I'm not paying for the kid, like, societally speaking, through taxes and shit, right? Like, we're good.
Well, I mean, and then it's like, oh, race mixing. It's like, okay, but where do you draw the line at race? Like, I could argue that my kids, through their mother, have Polish blood. I, as a German...
Oh, they definitely do.
I'll be honest with you. I, as a German, consider that race mixing. I don't consider Germans and Polish people to be the same.
Oh, no. No, there's one is slightly more sociopathic than other, and the other one's just flat-tarded.
Yeah.
And I want to say, part of me comes from the flat-tarded side. I know this from personal experience.
My people, and people say that Hitler came up with this. He didn't. There are a lot of my people who have believed this throughout history, that your people were only born to be enslaved and serve my people.
Well, I wouldn't agree with that, but yeah, that's been a popular theme.
Can't think of anything racially I agree with more, that the Slavs should be. I mean, the word slave was based on your fucking people. You guys were born for it. Like, the word slave comes from Slav. Like, all of Europe thought that you people should just be, you know.
The problem is, it's just when you're really, like, it's easy to be like, how about we just, instead of cleaning up their messes, we just oversee them. And so that's just kind of how it came about.
So here's Nick talking to Candace about race mixing.
At the end of the day, elephant in the room is you're a black woman in a mixed marriage. So obviously,
I think the elephant in the room is that you won't admit that you think cock is tasty. But I guess we disagree on what the elephant is. You're saying it's a black elephant with white stripes. We're saying it's a white elephant with rainbow stripes.
Fruit stripes.
Yeah, fruit stripes, if you will. Fruity stripes.
I'm interested.
Beliefs on this.
If we don't, I listen. I'm never going to obviously adopt your beliefs on it. I just think it's patently wrong.
But you understand why I would want to have grandchildren that are white?
I don't have an issue with you saying you want your kids to look like
you. But do you understand
you.
why I would believe that or feel that way?
No, because I'm not white. I don't understand.
What about your grandchildren being black, for that matter, then?
Well, I'm mixed race, so that I just feel like each kid comes out looking different. It's kind of...
That makes a lot of sense that she's mixed race. I thought she was just straight up black. She's blackity black, and she's black, y'all.
No, she got softened edges. There's definitely something that watered that down, let's just say.
She's got beautiful skin.
Oh, dude, she's a beautiful lady.
I think Candace Owens is actually pretty attractive. I'll be straight with you. I think Candace Owens is pretty fucking cute. Something about, God, this is going to sound, I can't help but sound racist when I talk about this shit, but like, there's something about straight hair on a black lady that looks really good. And I know that's like 1800s plantation owner talk, but I can't help it. Like, straight black hair on a black lady, on a woman with brown skin looks nice. Is that wrong? Is that a bad thing? You're laughing. Is that a bad thing that I said? I need to go to the chat. Hold on. We're going to get back to this clip. I need to go to the chat because I feel like I just said something wrong.
There's a horrible idea.
Go ahead. Now, what were you going to say?
I was going to say, it's not that it's right. It's very close. It's like, well, I can only accept them if they do. Like, do you put those precursors out? Like,
I didn't say I only accept them that way. I said they look really fucking pretty when they straighten their... Yeah, that sounds fucked up.
Yeah, it does. It does kind of. But I mean, like, do you put those exceptions on other people, like other ladies? Like, well, you can't get a perm because if your hair gets to Kathy Griffith, shall we say, I get pissed off and I can't do this.
I'm not big on overly curly hair. You get the curls too tight, I'm out. But I like a little wave in a white lady's hair. Wavy hair. Dude, wavy hair will do it for me.
Unless she's black, then it's fucking straight.
No. Wavy hair on a black. If a black girl can achieve wavy hair, that's beautiful. But it seems like they're either fried or straight.
I think it's just there's a difference in the type of hair they have, and it reacts differently. And it's not quite as soft and flexible. It's maybe a little more bristly and.
Hobo chili recipe says, "Motherfucker, you just went jungle fever." I can't win. You know what? Why don't we get back to the mixed race clip? Let's go to something less controversial. Let's watch an anti-Semite and a mixed race black woman talk about race mixing.
More like hobo zero tolerance rule. Jesus Christ. Man.
Incredible. So I think that when you actually have children, you
wouldn't like to smooch those lips. She's got smoochable lips, that Candace Owens, framed by beautiful straight hair. I'm losing fans, aren't I?
It's even framing her face so it looks like a little heart.
It kind of does. I'm kind of like a moon. But I'm losing fans, aren't I?
Maybe.
God, she's got smoochable lips. I never looked at Candace Owens as a sexual being before today. I don't know why. She's
Yeah, I can't think of one thing that would deter you from that thought.
What?
Oh, I'm just saying. You said you've never looked at her as a sexual being before. Like I said, I can't. Oh,
because she's black. Yeah, probably. No, that's on me. What?
I'm gonna say this, and I know how it sounds.
Okay.
I don't care for her nose.
Oh, now I'm noticing.
Right?
Shit.
I was in, and then I focused on something I didn't like, and I'm like, uh-oh.
Because, when you smooch someone, you go to the side of the nose. I feel like I'd have to tilt my head a little. Yeah,
we're going to have to cover a lot of ground to clear that venue.
All right, jury's still out. Let's continue with the race mixing talk.
Realize, it's incredible how, my daughter is a little bit darker, but she looks like my husband. And then, my son's whiter, but he looks just like me.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's kind of one of the exciting parts of being in a mixed race relationship. I'm always like, I wonder what this kid's going to come out looking like. If you're saying that generation,
it's just weird that you're going to have to hold a color swatch up to the kid's face. And if it's too dark, you're like, who you been fucking? If it's too white, well, no, I guess he would never fall under suspicion. She's got to carry the kid. Holy shit. Aaron learns how babies work. There we go.
Yep.
Good. All right. Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes talking about babies. Why is she talking to the gay guy about having kids? All right, fine. Go ahead.
Generations down, 3 generations down, it'd be possible that you could just have all black kids or something. Would that bother you? You'll probably be dead. That happens, you'll probably be dead.
I'm alive now, and I
no.
don't
But
love
I'm
the
saying
idea.
is that by the time you could breed it out, so to speak, you'd be dead. So I'm just answering your question. It doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah.
No. Obviously not.
Dude, these two talking about eugenics is one of those moments where whether you love them or hate them, all you want to do is keep going, guys. Keep pulling at this thread.
We're here.
I'm excited to see where this shit goes. Come on, keep pulling. Come on. Let's go. Yeah, race mixing, go. All right. Yeah. Black grandkids. All right, let's fucking go. Let's do this.
I'm saying, but do you understand why I would feel that way?
If I understood it, I wouldn't be in a mixed race relationship. I don't understand it.
But you have
I
no
accept
empathy
it.
then for
No.
you can't step outside of your situation.
No. I mean, no, I'm not. I don't need to have. How would I have empathy for it? I mean,
I think you can have empathy for that position. I do. I mean, if I fell in love with someone who was of a different race than me, I would have kids with them, and that wouldn't bother me or anything. But
Right.
I can understand why someone who's very proud of their heritage, skin color, shit like that, I can understand why they'd want their kids to be what they are.
Well, his last name is Fuentes if he's really proud of his heritage.
Right. I mean,
that's another thing where it's I want my children to be white. It's oh, so you want to get out of the game. You don't get to do that.
Right. I mean, it's one of those deals where it's your name is Fuentes, bro. I don't really know how pure-blooded you are. And like I said, my kids are Western European and Eastern European. I don't know, and Northern European. I don't really know how pure my kids are.
My mom's adopted. We got the fucking 23andMe back, and she's just a scatter shot of the globe. And I'm oh, so everyone took a turn. Interesting.
Yeah, we found out your mom is 3% Siberian Husky. It's really she's
and 1% Japanese.
She's all over the place. That means she can smell out whales like that.
I don't feel that way.
Okay.
So it's just something that we disagree on.
Well, I'm saying that because I actually can understand the appeal of a mixed race relationship. I get it.
Whoa! Nick Fuentes is losing followers. Nick, pull up the nose of the plane. The people who love you are bailing.
Nick, you got a misunderstanding, buddy. A beard is not a mixed race relationship. That is not a mixed race relationship.
I find other races attractive also. And
Ooh,
you know, if I
look at old pussy hound Fuentes over here. I don't know if you know this, but sometimes I believe the blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice.
Every time I get into a new place, I'm like, oh, I wonder what kind of colors of poontang they've got around here.
Well, I hope the gash is good.
I was in love with a person from another race, I would probably want to build a life with them also. But my values are not just who I'm in love with and things like that. It's also my heritage, my identity, my race, and you know, I like the idea. It is important to me. My parents look a certain way. Their parents look a certain way. We come from a certain place. I like the unbroken chain, and I want my grandchildren and great-grandchildren to have a similar complexion. I want them to have similar hair.
Fucking, we're all just playing Mengele, aren't we? We're all just playing eugenics.
I feel like you don't have the last name Fuentes if you're like, oh, we're an unbroken chain. Like, hold on a minute. I feel like your last name demands a detour.
Candace put a black dildo over in this range of sight.
Oh, no, really?
Yeah, you can see by the way he's looking. He kind of looks like the Chris Pratt meme from Parks and Rec.
A little bit. Not quite as chubby.
Yeah.
You know, because these kinds of things, they echo. We're all connected, not just in time horizontally, but vertically across the generations. And so the idea that, you know, 2 or 3 generations down the line, one of my children bears no resemblance to me at all, it's almost as if we're not related. It's almost as if I never existed. And
I get it. I understand. This is fun. I understand both of their points. Like Candace is saying, who gives a fuck? You'll be dead, dude. And
he's saying he wants to provide a certain kind of legacy. It sounds bad. And I feel like he's forgetting the big part of that is learning to tolerate vagina.
Yeah, bro.
I feel like having kids is a little bit of a far reach when right now we have yet to confirm that you've ever.
Yeah. Bro,
Yeah.
we got to get you into the liking vagina part of the game. Like, fuck everything else.
That is the first step. Stage 1.
Yeah. Way different. I understand, like I said, both sides. I think but this is where my big problem with Fuentes comes in. A little too much obsession on race. You know?
Yeah, I feel like it doesn't really matter, like whether or not your ancestors look like you. This is another weird thing where, like, I don't talk to my dad's side of the family or really know people from there, and my mom's adopted, literally doesn't know who her parents are. So I'm not like, oh, do I look like my heritage or whatever? Like, no, I'm a googly-eyed fuck like my dad and my mom, and that's about as far as I take it. I feel like most people don't really step outside the, like, my generation before, generation after kind of deal.
Sure. Los Federales with $1 says, hey, coach, was with a client at work and not sure if you responded to my previous comments about the golf sponsorship. I'm dead serious. I'll sponsor it, but Johnny has to commit to be at the hole. Well, let's do this now.
I'll be at the hole if that's done.
Los Federales, if you do the 150 and you do a Johnny's Exotic Meats hole, we will get the sign made. You'll also get 2 free passes into the golf event, which you can either give away or keep. Doesn't matter. And yeah, we'll put Johnny out at that hole. I'll make sure he has everything he needs out at that hole. And he'll represent, and I'll have like Grinch Girl or somebody run the clubhouse.
Yeah, dude, I'll just sit in my wheelchair out at the hole.
Yeah, it'll be perfect. So,
dude, we can get me my own golf cart. Are those things hand controlled, or you got to use your feet?
You got to use your feet for a golf cart.
That's very risky then.
Ultimate TND says your problem with Fuentes is he's not white enough. I don't know.
My problem is someone who's espousing the whole, like, I want to keep my racial purity. And I'm like, your last name is Fuentes. Let's discuss how pure you are. Like, I just I don't know. I don't remember a whole lot of Fuenteses in the old English ancestries, you know? Like,
I mean, it's
Christopher Columbus got his first mate Fuentes, and he's like, let's get over. And
all right. So the exotic meat thing is on.
If they buy the whole, I'll do it.
If he PayPals or Venmos or whatever is the 150, Johnny will do it, and we'll have a Johnny's Exotic Meats hole. And then we'll have Toe Boy's hole if they jump in. Okay, so then I'll be down to like 6 or 7.
You got like 6 holes.
6 holes left, which some people say is plenty. So now this is to me, this was the most contentious part of the interview. This was Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens talking about race and IQ.
Oh boy.
Now, this is always a tricky one because it's lies, damn lies, and statistics. You can fudge certain things. And Nick Fuentes does a thing here where I think he's being really dishonest. Candace Owens brings up, hey, don't Ashkenazi Jews have like the highest IQ out there? Which is true. It's very accurate. They're in general. This doesn't inform. Here's the thing. This doesn't inform you on individual people. It informs you on groups. All right. It gives you an idea of averages, right? So she brings that up, and Nick Fuentes can't even bring himself to admit that. He's like, well, the numbers are skewed, and sometimes some would argue that they're not.
Yeah, but aren't you bringing up those same numbers for your points, Nick?
Right. You cannot, either it's all okay or none of it's okay. Either you got to use the stats or you can't use the stats. My thing on race and IQ has always been, I don't know if IQs are kind of like polygraphs at this point, where it's like, it can give us an idea. It can steer us in a direction, but I don't think it tells the whole story.
Right. There's a certain amount of education and effort that has to follow with IQ. You could have potential, but if you don't exercise it, then what are you doing?
Well, look at let's throw an example out there. Ted Kaczynski. Ted Kaczynski might be one of the smartest men who ever lived. Who knows? But it's the rat race he put himself in. Let's go to this. There's a really embarrassing part in here for Candace Owens where she tries to pass off ancient Egyptians as black people, and that gets uncomfortable.
To understand if you think that it's all black people are like this, or if your world is kind of colored by this is what's going on in America, this has failed for 1,000 reasons. Welfarism has definitely, black people in 1940s stand up. My grandfather, I talk about that denigration and the corrosion of culture. Yeah. That's happening. White, black, whatever you want to name it, there is this intentional corrosion of culture. So do you think it's literally, this is just what a black person is when they come out? Or do you think that post-welfare, LBJ, Great Society, this is what black Americans have become, and I have a right to respond to that and say that as a white man, I don't want to live there?
I don't know, man. You can't really... Black people haven't lived in a time in America where they're not kind of being fucked with in one way or another. So I don't...
Right, I'm kind of on her side right now.
Yeah, because, okay, you had slavery. Then after slavery, you had Jim Crow. Now after Jim Crow, you have Great Society, welfare state, to learn
LBJ stuff, yeah.
Yeah, learn dependence and stuff like that. So God damn, the whole race and IQ thing sounds great if you put it all in a bubble. But, as Denzel Washington said in Philadelphia, with all due respect, Your Honor, we don't live in this courtroom, do we? There's just too many other extenuating circumstances where, like I said, race and IQ can tell you a story. I don't think it tells you the story.
Yeah, because it's a combination of nature and nurture. So it's not just what you start with. It's also what you're raised with, the values that are handed to you.
Put it this way. IQ to me is like having a rocket for a right arm. All right? You are born with the ability to, say, throw a football in an amazing fashion. If nobody shapes and molds that and develops it, you're not going to become an NFL quarterback.
Yeah, you're not going to make the most of that.
But if somebody determines that early on and just works with you endlessly, you might go to the NFL and become a professional quarterback. So, yes, you're born with a certain set of tools, but those tools need to be developed or not developed.
Well, I think it's more nature than people would like to believe. There's this classic tension of, is it nature, is it nurture, is it cultural, or is it intrinsic, is it racial? And I've always been on the latter side of this among conservatives. Conservatives like to say it's all culture. Black America is...
Do they? I think that's kind of a red herring. I think that's kind of a mischaracterization he's giving. I just can't stand this all or nothing approach that people seem to have. Either, it's all nature or it's all nurture. It's like everything else in life.
No, it's both.
Yeah, life is more boring and monotonous than some people make it out to be. It's a combination, and we just got to figure out what that mixture is.
It is because of hip hop music and the Great Society and that kind of stuff. And I think the uncomfortable reality is...
Bro, if you don't think that music and arts and entertainment have an impact on the culture at large and the way people perceive it and behave within it, again, he might be interneting a little too hard. Candace Owens...
Yeah, I feel like he hasn't paid attention.
Yeah. Candace Owens told him this in the interview a couple times. She goes, I think you're interneting too hard. And I think she's right in that sense, in that... Bro, there's a lot more going on here than you think. I think you Google the shit you want to hear, and then you take the results you want. I think there's definitely some of that going on with old Nick Fuentes.
And I'm sure he'd be one of the first people to be like, oh, well, they deliberately control the music and this and that to shape the culture this way or that way. It's like, right, but if the culture isn't shaped by these things and these things don't affect, if it's all, like you're saying, all nature, then what does it matter if they're changing the cultural message? Because that won't change their nature.
Mr. Approachable telling me at least wait until the tournament and show are sold out before going black on the audience. Oh, thank you.
A big part of it is intrinsic. One of the big arguments against the abolition of slavery in the 1860s is that, when Europeans colonized Africa, they hadn't discovered the wheel. There's no two-story buildings. There's no writing. There's no written language. Missionaries had to go to Africa in the last century and invent it for the African people because there's no recorded history. They didn't have writing.
So Egypt is not in Africa?
Well, Egypt is a different race. The Egyptians were not black.
Okay, but you said when they went to Africa, so I just want to...
The interior of Africa in the late 19th century. Scrambled for Africa.
So we're now knocking Egypt out of Africa.
Well,
yeah, I think...
We're, racially, we're saying they're a different race from the rest of what we're going
historically,
at. This is a very disingenuous fucking thing she's trying
Egyptians are far more brown, Arabic, Arabian than...
Just fucking look at them.
Yeah, right? Exactly. I think when people say black, it's kind of a lazy shorthand for like the interior of Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, And then also, let's not forget that after like the 7th century, most of North Africa was in Arab hands. And before that, it was in Roman hands. So you had Rome.
And then for a while, it was in German hands.
Well, for a brief moment there.
Egypt is part of northern Africa, sub-Saharan
Africa. You said Africa, so I'm not trying to get a gotcha. I'm just responding. You're saying Africa.
Sure. Yeah.
It's in Africa. It's Egypt. It's kind of ridiculous to say there was no written language. Well, so I'm just trying to get you to.
They weren't even the ones that built the pyramids, for God's sake. That would be us.
Sure. Egyptians are not Africans.
If I'm not pushing back, the internet will. So,
Egyptians are not racial Africans. When I say African, I'm saying sub-Saharan Africans.
Sub-Saharan, okay.
Black people because it is a different race. In sub-Saharan Africa, and Europeans did not penetrate that until late 19th century. They didn't have
choice of words, Nick. Somebody's got butthole on the brain.
Have any of this. To the extent that you have infrastructure in Africa, it's from the Muslims in the Sahel and the Maghreb in northern Africa, where the Arabs colonized. And then you had, Carthage and Egypt. You had ancient civilizations, but sub-Saharan Africa, they didn't have that. You take these people out of that land and put them here, and they're enslaved people. You let them free in a modern, liberal republic. They're not going to succeed. It's not going to go well for them.
Well, wait a minute. Now, is that hold on a second. Now, is that because of the IQ? Or is that because nobody in their family's been taught to learn or write or read or write? In fact, if they were caught reading or writing, they were punished or killed. I mean,
right, because they didn't want them to learn how they were getting.
Right. Like, so, I mean, again, this is where Nick, I think, leans too heavy on the race shit, where it's like, okay, maybe a little bit, but we're never going to find out how much of that has to do with it until you admit that some of this other nasty shit that happened
tainted it.
Tainted it, right. So, like, Nick has this problem where he wants white people to be the good guy in every story.
Oh,
and
boy.
the problem with
Don't read early American history.
well, the problem with real life is that there are rarely ever any good guys or any bad guys. There's opposing sides, and the winner writes the story.
The Oriental Railroad part.
And that was one of the arguments against abolition. People said if you free them without any assimilation, without any kind of process for them to be acclimated, they're going to die. And that's exactly what happened. Many of like the bottom 10% of like the lowest IQ Africans just died off for generations. And it had a, pardon the expression, but it had a eugenic effect because over time, if the weakest are dying off, that's one argument for why blacks in America have a standard deviation higher IQ than the blacks in sub-Saharan Africa. So,
well, but that would also intimate that the nurture that they got, right? The nurture they got in America, the education and everything else over generations raised their IQ. So Nick's kind of hurting his own argument here. He thinks it's because black people died off. I think he sees the IQ higher than sub-Saharan Africa, and now he's a hammer in search of a nail rather than letting...
He's got to find a way that this fits.
Yeah. Rather than letting the facts dictate and going with Occam's razor, the easiest approach, he finds his result, and then he's like, all right, let me grab the things that make it fit. Instead of like, oh, sub-Saharan Africans came here, they started getting educated, their IQ went up because of the place they were living and their surroundings that they were in. Oh, shit, that doesn't support my argument. Let's just say a bunch of them died and they were all the dumb ones. There's no way to measure that. There's no way to test that. We can't go back and test the IQ of these dead slaves or whatever.
Well, you see, if you look at his skull here, it's got this dimple.
Old Ben will tell us.
So I do believe there is something intrinsic going on there. And what makes people uncomfortable about this is the idea that it's unchangeable. There's something about...
You just proved that it's changeable. Like you just said that. This is where white nationalists always lose me, is they need the white people to be the big white... They kind of have the same problem liberals do, the big white daddy knows best idea. That, I'm just talking truth about race. I don't think you can talk truth about race when you clearly have a determined side.
Yeah.
I don't think you can go, well, I'm on team white people are the best. And now I'm going to break down race in a fair and unbiased way. It's like, well, you can't.
Nick, I don't trust you to talk truth. You keep trying to tell me you're straight.
Right. If you would just admit that you think male booty lips are tasty, then we could all move on from this conversation.
And this is why I'm a Catholic. We do have an inherent...
Because you're gay. Like most Catholics, you're trying to pray the gay away.
Because I hate myself.
Ire for universalism. We do believe that there's a common humanity and a common human community and all of that. We hate the idea that we're born a certain way and we can never change. And that's just the way it is. And we even think about this in terms of, it's become not so popular these days to tell children, you can be whatever you want to be. Because we know that's not the case. Some people are tall, some people are short, some people are smart, some dumb, some ugly, some handsome. That's why, by the way, incel dumb is a big part of this also.
So you believe these are immutable characteristics that are assigned at birth?
I think that, yes.
For the most part.
Things like race, all those attributes are immutable and unchangeable.
But they have changed. Just factually speaking, they have changed.
She's got him there. But they have, dude. Like they have.
But the way he's going to justify the change, like you said, hammer in search of a nail, is he's going to go, oh, well, this group, we eugenicsed it out, so we bred it out.
And here's the problem. None of us are like doctors or scientists, so all we're going to do is take anecdotal evidence that fits our point, myself included. I'm not smart enough to hash this out. We're going to take anecdotal evidence that supports our point, and then when someone else does the same thing, we're going to call them out for using anecdotal evidence. And it's like, okay, well, you got the cherry pick, they get the cherry pick, unless somebody who's really fucking smart decides to, get together 150,000 people. We're not going to gather enough data on this to really know.
They change over time, over the generations.
Okay, so then you don't think it's immutable, because if this was an immutable
for an
characteristic,
individual person.
Okay, so you're saying that if you are born at this space and time as a black person in America, here is the cards that you're dealt with, and you can't change that over time.
Something like IQ does not change. No, doesn't change wildly. It only changes genetically over. IQ is a big one.
Okay, but this is where, again, where white nationalists lose me. IQ does not determine how smart you're going to be. IQ determines your ability to learn, absorb, educate, everything else. Like, the lower the IQ, the harder it's going to be for you to pick shit up, but you can pick it up.
Right.
And with a high IQ,
it comes down to determination and environment.
If you have a high IQ, it's going to be easier for you to pick shit up and gain intelligence, but you still have to nurture that. You have to take these raw tools and you have to refine them.
And that changes. That's a genetic trait. And so that can change over the generations, but not, you can't take an individual that's 75 IQ, which is the average in West Africa, and take them to 100.
So two dumb people can't produce a smart person.
I believe they can, actually.
Yeah.
But
So does that kind of debunk your...
No.
A little bit.
It's rare that happens, but IQ is a heritable trait.
That's what I mean. Every time something comes up that's against your point, you're going to accuse it of
It's an
being
outlier. It's rare. It's not a thing.
I'll be honest with you. I think all of that conversation, all that race mixing, race and IQ, I think it's a waste of time in a way. I don't think it gets us anywhere.
No, we never solve it. Nobody's opinions changed. Everyone came here with their pre-programmed thoughts, and they left with them.
Los Federales with $1 says, Banner has to say Johnny's Exotic Meat Hole brought to you by Los Federales. Can you commit that it will say that? When you give me the 150, you get to tell me what goes on the sign. And let's say you give me 150 and you say this brought to you by the Ku Klux Klan or whatever, I will just give you your money back and go, we're not putting that on a sign. What you're asking me for, Los Federales, is perfect. We'll put that on the sign. It'll be solid. We'll put that up at the hole. Johnny will be there. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Ultimate TND says that outlier cope was what trans people use to justify their existence. Yeah, I agree with Tilt. He says it's a pointless conversation. It's chasing your tail. I think so too. You know. Hobo Chili says my genetic evidence shows I was part of the Weimar Republic. Oh no, I don't want to be part of the Weimar Republic. All right, I'm empty on liquids.
Okay.
So I'm gonna pee real quick, and then we got one more. Should we finish out the Fuentes Candace Owens clip? The last one we have. It's about Candace asking Nick if being banned and censored made him hate Jews. Do you want that one?
I don't know. I don't really care. I feel like Nick just hated Jews before getting banned and censored.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna learn anything from that clip either. So we'll move on to that. The Georgia the teenager in Georgia who like did this whole she like broadcast her mom's funeral and like her stepdad died and she like TikToked their funeral and was like crying and her makeup's running and all of this shit.
That poor victim.
We have an update to that story. Holy shit, this one I had to put in for today because like I'm not familiar with the story.
But it's amazing.
But when I read about it yesterday, fucking incredible. Los Federales says, where's the PayPal link? There it is, buddy. It's also pinned to the top of the page. By the way, guys, 140 away from tonight's goal. So we are ahead. If we knock out tonight's goal and get under 300 for tomorrow morning, I will go to 11 today. But then I got to get the fuck out because I got to stain that deck because the rain's coming tomorrow evening, and I need as much time as I can possibly get. All right, Johnny, you take over for just a second. I'm about to burst.
Okay, so it sounds like I guess now I'm going to be at a hole at the golf tournament next weekend. I was very comfortable with the idea of the clubhouse. I was like, well, that's nice. That's nice. But now apparently I'm going to have to sit out at a fucking golf hole. Oh, that'll be great. I'll die in the heat. Well, I don't know. I don't have anyone else to go with me, though. So, like, what happens when I have to go take a potty break? What, am I just supposed to go find a tree? No. Plus, wheelchairs on grass. Fuck. I'm gonna need a chauffeur. Someone's gonna have to drop me off. I should probably be on like one of the really close by holes. Oh, what the fuck? I guess then we'll heckle. We'll heckle people that are coming up to the hole. We'll give because this wasn't my idea. God damn it. I better get some of that money too if I'm being dragged onto a golf hole. It's just not fair. Oh, man. And then I got to put up with those jokers because each one of them's doing a foursome? Fuck. This isn't fair. I was supposed to go and have a good time Saturday. I go up first, then we get done. Everybody else goes up on stage. We have a good time, fun hang. Sunday morning, I just kind of sit there, recoup, post some scores online and all that stuff. Now I got to be like, what, live from the hole?
Go live from the hole.
I could go live on like Twitter or something. Live from the hole.
Why can't you
I
go
will
live?
have my phone.
Why can't you go live from the hole? By the way, so far, I will let you know, you're still in the clubhouse. So far, Los Federales.
That time I was talking about holes, not
OBS.
So
OBS has dropped again, and it reconnected. OBS dropped, refresh. That's twice in a show, and it dropped a few times last week. This is odd, and it's still
Yes,
it's on the red end.
Uh-oh.
Like internet's good, all that shit's good.
Yeah, because our connection's fine. So
I don't know. I got to figure something out with OBS. Because it's like I said, it's been strange for a week or two now. And I don't understand what that's all about.
Okay.
I don't know if it's... Ultimate TND says just use Rumble Studio app at this point. Maybe. It's not a terrible idea to maybe go that route. I know it's better for our... What do you call it? God damn it. What's the thing? The
algorithm or the
Rumble Creator Program.
Oh.
I know we'd make more money doing it that way. And we'd get our reads in and all that shit. Who knows? Who knows? All right, so let's do this story of this girl, this teenager. She was, I think, 16 years old. And she turned to social media for support in the wake of her mom and stepmom dying.
You mean mom and stepdad?
Did I say mom and stepmom?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, mom and stepdad. You're right.
Okay.
Thank you. She posted these videos on TikTok. It's fucking, and now we have a twist to the story that makes this person truly look like a sociopath. Let's fire this one up.
I get to feeling guilty, and I think about my mom. I'm the first one in my family to see $1 million.
All right, so she posts that. She's first in her family to graduate. Now she's at the funeral quoting scripture. Here she is at her mom and stepdad's funeral.
Everything we went through does not define what kind of person or what kind of mother you were. You were a beautiful, kind soul with so much gratitude and so gosh dang strong. And you taught me so many life lessons, and some that you just recently taught me within the letter you sent to James in 2018. When I first read it last month, I cried and I got chill bumps. But every single time I read it, it puts me to a lot of peace. So I thought I'd share it. May 23rd, 2018. Deuteronomy.
Dude, oh shit. Her mom wrote her a doot letter? That's based. Deuteronomy, you got to be careful. That's the book that all the, sleeping out in the barn when you're on your period shit is.
Yeah.
Deuteronomy does not like menses.
At least she's going to prove that ladies are perfectly decent folks.
Yes.
There's no reason to feel like
any
problem.
OBS fucking went down again. Sorry. I'm going to
people are like, have you reset your router? And
I'm going to disconnect the virtual camera for now. Oh, wait.
All right.
There we go. And we'll see if that helps. If that doesn't help at all.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? No, we've got all our stuff. I'm going to do that. I'm going to stop recording.
Okay.
I'll keep streaming.
That'll definitely help.
I'll stop recording. We'll see if that helps at all. If that does help, oh boy, we've got some issues. Is it doing this on YouTube? Yes. Yes, it's
All
doing.
time.
Don't worry, guys. Yeah, if you're on Rumble, I got to get Rumbles back. It's not. It's everything. It's an OBS issue. So then, this woman named Sarah, or this woman who does a true crime podcast, reached out in June. Or no, I'm sorry. The girl named Sarah, the teenager, reached out to this true crime podcaster. I cannot fucking talk right now.
Yeah.
Reached out to her in June to talk about the murders of her parents.
Okay.
And this is the host of that podcast.
Why would you ask me to cover a case where you are going to get arrested for taking your parents' lives?
The teenage girl got arrested under suspicion of murdering her parents. The same parents that she was at the funeral of, crying over her mother, the same one where she was posting all kinds of pictures on social media of her mascara running, and she's just broken up and in pieces over her poor mom being dead and everything else. And they're arresting. Now, I'm not saying she did it, but they're arresting her as, under suspicion of murdering her parents.
I will say this with like the crying photos and stuff. I had a lot of ladies that went, "Oh, no, this chick is fake. She's wearing the mascara that specifically runs when you cry." They're like, they get, so like people called that as a setup early on. So yeah, I don't know. Whenever you try to capitalize for like social media clout off of something, I start feeling like you're disingenuous on the thing.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Y'all, this is Sarah Grace, and she messaged me back on June 3rd and just said, search up Brock case. So I said, Brock Turner? Brock who? She said, Kristen and
Brock Lesnar, when I had him shit on a girl's chest. She died. She died. And they thought that Brock killed her with his mastodon shit. But she was murdered by her daughter.
James Brock. Hold on. They're my parents, and out of nowhere, a random Thursday night in February, someone came in my house with me and my 5-year-old sister, and my parents left them for me and my little sister to wake up to. Technically, it was a Wednesday night because I found them Thursday morning, and I...
What the fuck? Like, this is that thing they talk about where, like, people feel guilty for something they did, so they, like, want to get caught. And, like, this chick was home free. Like, you killed your parents... You got all this sympathy online. You're good. You're in the clear.
But instead, she had to go get some more.
Now she reaches
into it.
She reaches out to some googly-eyed mommy podcaster. And, like, by the way, what does it say about these married women with kids? That, like, their lives are empty and they get bored. So what do they focus on? Murder, SVU type of shit. It's like, that's a journey into someone's brain. And it's really telling, like, this female fascination with true crime. And it's always married women with children that are kind of old enough to go off and play on their own, but not young enough to leave the house.
So not empty nesters, but getting there.
And it's like, okay, you can spend your free time doing anything you want. And they're like, I'm going to just search the grisliest sexual murders with all kinds of DNA evidence, and I'm going to dig into that. It's like... all right, creepy. That's like, if you put a guy in that same position, he's like, I'm going to Google how many movies Sam Rockwell's done.
I'm going to watch NASCAR.
Yeah, I'm going to look up who the top 9 home run hitters of all time are and who had the most stolen bases out of all those guys.
You know what? 88 World Series, we're doing a replay.
Right. They're going to look up, like, Roman Empire documentaries on YouTube and shit. You give a 37-year-old woman with 2 kids, like, hey, what do you want to do? I want to watch this thing I want to dig in and study this thing where this guy used to murder and jack off on women. It's like, what the fuck, man? Could you imagine if we let you guys control everything? It would be madness.
It's almost like these women are just surrounded by, like, just like gruesome bloodshed events in their life to the point where they have become desensitized.
Right. So, okay, anyway, this teenage girl writes to this random true crime podcaster and says, hey, you should dig into this story about my parents being murdered. And it's like, and she knows she did it. You know you killed your parents. You want this true crime podcaster to dig into it. You're home free. You didn't do it. Again, this is like that psychosomatic thing where you want to be caught.
Or you think you're not going to be caught, so you feel like, again, you want to play the victim and the innocent victim, and you don't know how that role goes because you're not, so you're faking it, and it's not coming out right.
Said, not knowing she was going to wind up arrested for this, I am so sorry. I cannot imagine. I will absolutely research and cover their case. Please take care of you always. Again, not knowing, and I covered it. 17-year-old daughter arrested for parents in Carroll County. On Tuesday afternoon, Carroll County Sheriff's Office announced that they have...
All right, we have that story. We'll do that ourselves. But, like,
yeah,
you killed your parents. You cried at the funeral. You did all this shit. And then you reach out to someone and say, hey, look into this as much as you can.
Because she wants the internet clout. Again, this is someone who's like, I want to be an influencer. How do I get there? Oh, I guess if I put my parents in the dirt and my 5-year-old daughter and I go, oh, tug at my heartstrings, everyone will look at me for 5 minutes, and then I can use that to grab onto my fame.
09 Canyon says true crime is safe danger, like how as a kid you went on roller coasters or haunted houses. Okay.
I don't know. When we were younger, were roller coasters safe?
Yeah, nobody was jizzing on me at the roller coaster and murdering me. I guess we went on different roller coasters. And your uncle was
you went on the lame ones. I fucking win today.
I was able to get it down. I was able to get it down.
That's what he said.
Bright and Dirty Llama says, I like horse stories, animal documentaries, and some Miyazaki films and Little House on the Prairie. What the fuck is wrong with these housewives? I don't know. Approachable says, this is 100% a story of greed. She wanted more fame, sympathy, and money out of it. So she wanted to get her story to a bigger platform, not realizing more means more evidence is seen. Yeah. I swallowed it down. Sam Show says, must have been cum in that bottle. You fucking dick. Well, Johnny, you are officially out at a hole.
Fuck alrighty.
All right. Fuck alrighty.
Yeah.
Exotic meats. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I'm have to go buy a lawn chair.
7 holes left. So Los Federales did it. $150 says banner to say, quote, Johnny's Exotic Meat Hole brought to you by your friends at ICE.
If you're fine with it, I don't have a problem.
I am more than fine with it. That sounds good to me. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. We are 140 away from tonight. Of course, that money goes to the golf tournament, the golf outing for your prizes and whatnot. We are 140 away from tonight's goal. If you guys want to get close on that and keep us ahead, we have been ahead. If we make it to Thursday ahead, it will be a month. 1 month goal-free here on The Toe. Thank you very much. So this is the final well, perhaps the final chapter in this story.
He doesn't know it, but a year from now, our family will be torn apart.
This post on TikTok may seem innocent and even may draw some sympathy, but the dark reality is it was created a little more than a week after 16-year-old Sarah Grace Patrick allegedly shot...
Oh, she's a little ginger demon monster. Dude, the freckles, the red hair. I'm sorry, but this is once again evidence that I'm going to be using to show that maybe Nick Fuentes was right.
I was about to say, we about to go a little Fuentes-esque where it's like, well, let's talk about genetics.
I mean, I don't know. It's hard not to, you know? It's hard not to because...
Carrot Top, I've got more evidence.
She's becoming the thing that, like, she looks like she is. That looks like a soulless murder machine. And guess what? She was not only a soulless murder machine, she was sympathy farming out of it.
For months, she took to social media crying over the deaths of her mother, Kristen Brock, and stepdad, James Brock. This one captioned, "Please send prayers for healing." But at the end of it, Patrick writes, "I should prob delete later." But she didn't just take to social media for sympathy.
So Sarah reached out to me on Sunday, and we spoke on the phone, and we spoke via text. And she asked me to speak on her behalf about the night of 2/20/25.
Why? Shut the fuck up.
Because again, she's a sociopath and she's singularly fixated on her goal of getting attention.
Oh my God.
So right now we've got to strike while the iron's hot, baby.
So she contacted multiple podcast people.
Yeah. And she's like, hey, talk about what's going on with me so everyone knows.
If this didn't bring out the suspicion, how far could this have gotten? Like Netflix? Could she have gotten a Netflix deal out of this?
Possibly. I bet she would have pushed for it if she got enough fame. This is literally the fucking dude going, fire, fire, while he's screaming it, but he's also holding a torch.
Yeah.
And it's like, all right, so I do believe there's a fire, but I also think you may have set the fucking thing.
Exactly.
That's Kelly Brown, a family friend of the Brock.
She's like the reverse Jussie Smollett.
Yeah.
She did the thing, but then acted like she didn't do it for attention, and then they ended up catching her.
Once again, weirdly, she blamed 2 Nigerians.
We told them if they didn't extend their car warranty, there would be problems. And we were telling the truth.
In this video, she claims that Patrick told her that she didn't hear anything out of the normal the night her mom and stepdad were shot to death.
But she did hear James's LVAD machine, which is his heart machine that kept his heart pumping. She did hear that alarm going off throughout the night.
In the comment section of the video, Patrick posts that she heard the alarm going off 10 to 20 minutes before she went to bed.
Her last name is Patrick, right?
I don't know.
Because they keep saying Sarah Grace. I'm guessing Sarah Grace Patrick. Okay.
Yeah.
That's confusing me.
But claims it was faint because of background noises.
Why would you ask me to cover a case where you are going to get arrested for taking your parents' lives?
This woman is a host of a true crime TikTok page called Allegedly Reportedly and has close to 120,000 followers. In this video, she claims Patrick reached out to her to put a spotlight on her mom and stepdad's case. This is how the DMs between them allegedly went.
She messaged me back on June 3rd and just said, search up Brock case. So I said, Brock Turner? Brock who? She said, Kristen and James Brock. Hold on. They're my parents. And out of nowhere, a random Thursday night in February, someone came in my house with me and my 5-year-old sister, and my parents left them for me and my little sister to wake up to.
Look at that little demon kid, though. Like that. If you told me that person hacked up their parents, I'd say guilty.
Yeah, that photo certainly isn't selling any innocence. The soullessness of the eyes doesn't help.
No. Approachable with $1 says, Johnny, if you have any brains or balls, you will go buy packs of jerky and sell 50-cent sticks of jerky for $1 at the exotic meats hole. That's actually brilliant.
Yeah, dude, I will. I will totally. I'm stopping at like fucking. I'm going to Fleet Farm. I'm going to get me a.
You got to like change the packaging, though. You got to get stuff for the packaging.
Oh, yeah, dude. I got this covered.
For sure. That's the way you got to do it. Please make sure it says Los Federales in brackets at the end. You got it, buddy. You got it. Aaron's future ex-wife. Oh, dude, she's fucking 17. Relax. Fucking relax, dude. Easy on that shit. All right, 140 away from tonight. Get in there. Stay ahead for the old toe. Let's see what we... Otherwise, like I said, take it easy. Fucking take it easy. You guys made like 150 or something like that today, a little more than that. We appreciate that. Plus a whole sponsor during the program.
Yeah.
Part of me was like, since it was a listener-sponsored hole, it should almost be goal. But nah. That's got to be for the tournament. Tournament money is for the tournament. All right, let's open these up.
I don't mind if you give me a kick of it, since now I'm going to sit out in the sun, but I'm not going to push.
You're getting paid for the weekend.
I know.
My goodness gracious. And plus with Gino there, and we know how much time he's going to occupy, none of us have to do barely any time.
Oh, yeah, dude. The stage part's going to be
easy. Yeah, that's, I mean, Let's open up some of these stories for the 7 o'clock hour. Throw these up here. Oh, yeah, Bill Nye knows why the floods happened in Texas, and I'm going to let Johnny take a guess here in just a second. And then we got our CNN polling guy. He had another one of those moments where he was totally expecting a certain outcome, did not get it, and then had to be shocked on air. I'm starting to think that's like his gimmick.
Yeah, it's starting to feel like you never read because most newscasts, they put that stuff together. You're not finding that out live on air. You could, quote, read the script.
Right. Yeah, and he's just like, whoa, what? This can't happen. Also, speaking of the golf tournament,
yeah,
I did put up the tickets for myself, Keanu, and Gino to be in a foursome with us. That's the best way I can put it. I'm sorry. You can go and buy those specifically to be in our group, and if everyone thinks that's bullshit and fucking gay, then we'll all just golf together. But we're giving you the option to be in our group. And if you don't buy those tickets, all three of us will cheat badly. It's eventbrite.com. Go ahead and check it out. Get your tickets both for the comedy show and the golf event. Time is running out to get those. We'd appreciate you jumping on board with us to celebrate 11 years of the toe. Okay. I was wondering why, I kept seeing different numbers for Twitter today. Apparently, every time OBS blinks out, our viewer count on Twitter resets.
Okay.
So, I have no idea what the Twitter numbers were today. The Democrats took a tour of Alligator Alcatraz.
And what did they have to say about it?
It's terrible. It's the worst thing that's ever happened. It's awful. It's like it's World War I or World War II with the Japanese. It's, the worst thing that's ever happened. It's fucking, but you didn't think they were going to go there. And then they were going to, at the end of it all, they were going to go, oh, yeah, actually, no, we were totally wrong about this. It's seems fine.
I mean, I didn't expect that, but I was hoping better than we expected sort of thing. They have these giant air-conditioned tents and all this stuff. You do realize we're building and setting up all this shit because people who, again, are not here legally chose to just walk in and stay.
Yeah. They think it's a concentration camp. They visited Alligator Alcatraz and they determined that it's exactly what they thought it was going in. By the way, I want to point out, since I ended the recording, we have not had an OBS crash. That's a problem.
I'm wondering if maybe you've got memory filled up somewhere.
There's
something.
No fucking way, but I will check. I don't know where it could all have went.
Well, if you're putting stuff on a backup and your primary drive is filling, that would be the issue.
All right, let's take a look. So this is Debbie Wasserman Schultz. She visited it on behalf of the Democrats. And if you've ever followed Debbie's career, oy vey, does she kvetch quite a bit. She can lay it on pretty thick. Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Let's listen to her take on Alligator Alcatraz.
So they essentially drink, they get their drinking water, and they brush their teeth, where they poop in the same unit. They bragged.
Yeah, like prisoners do.
Yeah. It's almost like
it's very, very economical, and it's very convenient because all the water piping can go through one area.
Yeah. Well, you do know that if you have a bathroom, your toilet is in one spot. You take a few steps over from your toilet, and that's where your sink is.
Right. But first world problems here refuses to drink sink water from the bathroom.
I don't understand. They're not. This is detainment. This is a place they're going to be detained for a few days until we figure out where they're going. Are they getting deported? Are they going to jail? Are they going, where are we going? We round them up. We put them here for being here illegally and having a criminal record. And then we determine what to do with them afterward. This is where they stay. This is like, St. Cloud Prison is a transfer prison.
Okay.
You go there, and then they figure out where you're going to go. That's what this place is.
Right. And in a lot of cases, the people here are going somewhere else that they would even view as markedly worse than where they are now. And so, whether it be prison or just...
Or Guatemala, you know?
Right.
That they went above standards, supposedly, and gave them a 3-foot privacy wall that stretches the length inside the 32 detainee cage. A 3-foot privacy wall that stretches the length of the 3 toilets. So they...
Okay. So you get privacy, as they say in Britain.
I hate to have to repeat this point again, but if that sounds like a real raw deal, they could all leave.
I don't understand. Like, am I supposed to be... Am I supposed to feel sorry? Am I supposed to go, okay, well, I guess we got to stop enforcing immigration laws now because these cages are, not the Ritz. Like, I don't understand. Like, I hear the complaining. Right. I hear the complaints you have. I get it. But at the same time, like, yes, this is still... They keep making this argument where I go, this is still what I voted for.
Again, would she like to see the footage from the actual hotels they were staying at in New York and how those were going? Or the apartment buildings in Colorado that were being seized by gangs and extorted? Does she want to see those living situations and maybe then ask some questions?
I just don't, like, oh, they're in a cage and they have bunks and they have...
that's kind of how
toilets.
It goes in prison. Has she never seen Orange is the New Black? For shame.
More lesbians in that, though.
Yeah, but that's the best she's going to get. She's not going to go watch Oz, which if you do watch Oz, this is something you'd be excited for.
I'd fucking rather...
Melanani.
Oh, no.
Christopher Melanani?
Christopher, Maloney.
Maloney, excuse me. Maloney's in there.
Well, that's a positive. And isn't J.K. Simmons in that, too?
I think so.
Yeah. It's interesting because it's like, okay, well, there's an easy solution to all this. And the solution is let's finish up deporting all the people who are here illegally, and then we can take down all of these facilities. Let's enforce our border, make sure nobody gets in here illegally. Let's take the people who are here illegally and get them out. And then guess what? After that's all done, we can tear down this Alligator Alcatraz. We can get rid of all this terrible, awful stuff, these monuments to fascism, and we can go back to being a wonderful, fake-free country again.
But how do we keep importing a group of people that we can manipulate and hopefully eventually some way get in to affect the vote?
Okay, fair. That's going to be tough. That's going to be difficult. Now I understand their argument. Oodles of Toodles says, be an obnoxiously loud shitter. You'll be okay. The more splatter sounds, the better in prison. Is that the advice that we're officially giving? $2 from Balls Deep says, Johnny's exotic parasols, great for golfing. Oh, okay. Exotic parasols.
That's everything exotic.
It's your brand, dude. Embrace it. When shit's your brand, you got to do that. 135 away from tonight. Thank you guys very much. Bust open tonight's goal and stay ahead. That's a good thing. It's a good thing to make sure that we're ahead. It does, however, look like tonight we're going back to goals.
Uh-oh.
So, look, over 3 weeks, if we would have made it to Thursday, that would have been a whole month with no goals. And that's fucking killer. I appreciate that so much. Thank you, guys. Give yourselves a round of applause. Okay. As we continue on, you guys peaked out in the 900s today, despite us crashing numerous times on OBS. So I thank you for helping us out as much as you did today. It means a ton. Bill Nye has officially weighed in on what happened with the Texas floods, and holy shit, man, thank God that Bill Nye chimed in on this, because with old Bill, we discovered what the hang-up was and what the root cause was of the tragic flooding in Texas. Do you know what it is?
Oh, I bet he's a scientist. He's probably going to go with some of those theories that the cloud seeding had some adverse effects on the weather that helped cook up this perfect storm of things that, if you go back historically, has happened somewhat cyclically.
Okay. Now, let's say you were a total hack shill piece of shit. What would you blame it on?
Climate change.
Okay, let's see what he did.
Bill Nye, the science guy. Thanks for being here.
It's good to be here. I'm sorry. I really am sorry for all the trouble.
It's terrible. And
Bill Nye's a weirdo, by the way. Can we just admit it? We were taught science by a fucking weirdo. Every time he's on TV, he's just uncomfortable. And he's like, I'm sorry for all the inconvenience. I'm sorry. It's like, fucking chill.
It's like if Bill Gates wanted to be a child entertainer.
Right.
So
instead of a child, well, you get the idea.
Well, hold on a minute.
There was no client list.
Right.
Let's be very clear about that.
just that last part of what we were describing, you keep hearing once in a lifetime, once in 100 years, once in 1,000 years. At this point, it's not anymore. It's just where we are with the climate and the environment.
Oh, that's, as we like to say, our side of it, the science side of it. This is exactly.
Oh, I remember this during COVID. I remember if you weren't on their side, you weren't on the
side of science.
What was the science's record on that, by the way? And also, Bill, when we take core samples and we go, the further back we go in time, why do you, climate change scientists, the science, why do you guys only go back like 100 to 150 years? Why is that? Is it because if you take that snapshot, it makes it look like there's a drastic warming pattern? Because if we go back tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of years, which we do have an idea of what the temperatures were back then, it shows climate as very up, down, up, down, up, down. And we're actually going down right now, historically. Like in the last 1,000 to 10,000.
That's why they had to switch it to climate change. They were always banking on one or the other. First, it was global cooling, then global warming. They're like, fuck, we can't call it. It's climate change. We're good either way.
We made a Dennis Quaid movie. That didn't work. Trying to convince everyone that the planet was about to fucking freeze up.
Go through some polar shift shit.
Yeah.
What was predicted, it's very difficult to tie any one weather event to climate change.
But hey, that doesn't stop you guys from accepting the challenge, does it, Bill? I mean, look, it's very difficult to tie any one particular event to climate change, but fuck you, I'm doing it anyway.
We also literally have, again, people that were fucking with the environment with cloud seeding and shit.
A few days before.
But it's the fossil fuels.
Yeah.
That's what we can tell you.
It's, well, all of these different, catastrophes, it's very difficult to tie it to climate change, but I'm going to every fucking time. Remember when I taught you how magnets work and ICP questioned me? How'd that turn out? Fago indeed.
However, the warm weather events are actually easier to tie to climate change. And so the other problem that happened in the hill country in Texas is this business of the Balcony escarpment, where the air mass got lifted. So it spread out and the rain came down even faster. But it'll happen again, to your point. And
well, no shit.
It happened in the fucking 80s, and then it happened like a fucking 100 years ago. Like, that's again.
When you get a lot of rain at one time in a dry area, there's going to be flooding. No shit. God damn it, man. In Minnesota, there's going to be tornadoes again. Oh, wow. Thank you. Yes, climate change is alive.
Everybody's talked about this for years, and the technologies for warning systems exist. Where people have tidal or...
Here's the warning system for climate change. Bill Nye goes on TV and goes, ah!
Tsunami events. These sort of warning systems can be put up, but you got to get to higher ground very quickly. And the point that I believe was being made in the moment in the video a moment ago was the mass of the water. A 20-foot high mass of water in a half hour is you can't just float your way out of it.
Yeah. It's almost like it's a natural disaster. By the way, in this minute and a half, has he done anything to prove the climate change thing?
No, he's just said that it's easier to track and it's easier to show and tie to warm weather events.
It knocks everything over. Everybody knows you pick up a bucket of water, you know how heavy it is. And you get a lot of water going that fast. So
fuck that, nerd. I never pick up a bucket of water unless I'm going to dump it on my coach's head and we win the championship. Because I'm a big dumb jock and you're a big smart nerd.
What are we going to do about it is the ancient question, and it would be to stop burning fossil fuels.
Oh, that's going to fix it all, Johnny. There will not be,
stop burning fossil fuels.
There will not be any more flooding in the hills if we.
And by the way, there's again something that they will be very quick to point out. Absolutely zero downsides to that argument of just stop burning fossil fuels. We don't use them for anything or need them for anything where losing that would end society.
I like Papa Shab's take. He says, wear a real tie for once, you fucking asshole. Exactly. Zen Man with $1 says, you may have learned science from Bill Nye, the mechanical engineer guy. The rest of us learned from Mr. Wizard on Nickelodeon. Well, I mean, I have evidence that Bill Nye is a very credible source on science. Would you like to see it?
I would love to see it. What's your evidence?
Just let me
in this court of law.
Well, I just want to make sure that everybody knows. I want to make sure that everyone knows that Bill Nye has figured this shit out. This is from his old TV show, not Bill Nye the Science Guy, but the other one he did, Bill Nye Saves the World. Bill Nye knows his shit on gender.
There's a lot more going on than meets the eye. Female or male, gay or straight, pink or blue. We were taught to see these as binary. Now,
yeah,
penis.
They are, scientifically speaking.
Penis and vagina, uterus and testes.
I've never seen this, so I don't know where we're about to go, but I gotta just tell you, Bill, science has been pretty rock solid. You have male, female, and hermaphrodite. If you're not in one of those three, and believe me, one of those three is really, really rare, but if you're not in one of those three categories, you're what's known as asexual. This is something I had to cover a lot in biology and honors biology. Ooh. I am a fucking high school graduate, and I'm about to tell this guy he's full of shit.
Well, and not only that, but like even to how fat builds up on our bodies is different based on your gender. I mean, it's just, there's so many things that are innate to how you just respond to different stimuli and the way you eat and the way you process and the way, like, it's all different and it's all based on a gender. Like, gender not existing is the most gaslighty thing I think that's ever been attempted on humanity. It's like the shit that's happening to me is chromosomal. It's based on my sex, my gender, whatever, like all of it. The way my muscles are developing, the way my skeleton is structured, all of it is based on something that you're telling me doesn't exist or isn't a binary. Suck.
My theory's out.
It's not the recording thing.
All right.
Son of a bitch.
Take sex. We used to think
yes, please.
it was pretty straightforward. X and a Y chromosome for males, 2 X's for females. But we see more combinations than that in real life. And even
yeah, there's definitely some kind of OBS issue.
Something fucky.
I think I'm just going to have to. You know what it is? Last week I installed the latest update.
Uh-oh.
I never install the updates.
Check if there's a new one.
Fuck, there's not. They pop up right away.
Uh-oh.
Son of a dick. I mean, you can't go with the conspiracy theory that it's the content you're covering because it's crashed on just about everything today. Unless
we were talking about Bill Nye.
Unless we're the edgiest fucking show in the world.
We've got a literal dude with a sensor button. He just hits it and your OBS crashes.
Right. So, yeah, I don't think that it's I don't think that it's the content we're actually covering, my friends. Veldrain with $1 says, stop burning fossil fuels, drive an EV, but not a Tesla. That's a Nazi car. Drive an EV Volkswagen instead. It is very difficult to figure out exactly what they want because They want certain things and they want it a certain way, but if it's not the right way of the thing they want, it's almost like it's based purely on ideology and has nothing to do with actual science.
What? But his name is the Bill Nye the Science Guy. He was the science before the science was the science.
He was our science.
Right.
It's everyone's science. It was Bill Nye.
What's up? All right, anyway.
Dad Vet with $2 says, whatever school Johnny got his education, they need to shut down. Anybody who thinks an island just floats on top of the water in the ocean can't be allowed to give opinions on anything. Johnny, go ahead.
Excuse me, sir. I actually took the accurate and well-stated point that motherfuckers got to be attached somehow. It's had to be connected to the ground some way, shape, or form. It might have been the stupidest fucking debate ever had, but my point was right.
I'm sorry. I don't care what the result was. Watching you two meander through the topic itself was the entertainment.
I know. We're a great time. We'll be together today, too.
I don't. Yes, at 1:00 on Just Kidding LLC on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch. If there's anyone left watching after the numerous OBS crashes, we're promoting it to that.
Best time to promote now.
My fault. But just you guys talking about it, I didn't give a shit where you landed on it.
Right. No, we have a good time together. I keep telling her that, like, we just have a fucking natural chemistry. We enjoy each other's company.
Yeah, I used to say that about. Never mind. 383 Novocaine. Well, drugs complicate that. 383.
You had a natural chemistry, then something changed it.
383 Novocaine with $2 says simple. Don't fuck with Mother Nature. He ain't lying. 1:30 away from tonight. Thank you very, very much. NF Caps writes, I liked Mr. Wizard, but Beekman's World was way better than Bill Nye. We're finding out that the science education landscape of us as children was far more balkanized than we ever thought.
Yeah, dude. Crazy. My daughter's getting it, like, contained. It's just whatever's on Netflix.
Just don't let it be TikTok. She'll end up with blue hair by the time she's in middle school.
She's only 6. She's gotten into YouTube shorts, but we do that under supervision because she likes the animal shorts. She loves watching bunnies. I have to find a way to get her a rabbit eventually because I think she really wants a pet rabbit. She can't stop laughing at them. She thinks they're adorable.
As we found out on today's show, Gordy, one of his favorite pastimes, staring contests with rabbits.
Staring down the rabbit.
Yep, he stares down the rabbits. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, to be clear on the biology, Johnny is presenting Aaron as the rare third option with his they's paginas. Not what he's saying at all, I don't think. But thank you. Thank you very much. Jim Sharkey says, please don't anyone play Islands in the Stream for Johnny. His head will explode. I hope not. I don't want to see any heads exploding. You guys are $1:30 away from tonight. Keep them ahead in the next 23 minutes if you'd like, or holy shit, what a crazy run we've been on. Thank you so much for all of your help. Hey, the Senate wrapped up an investigation. We're a year removed from, I think yesterday, we're a year removed from the Butler, Pennsylvania assassination attempt of Trump.
Mm-hmm.
That seems like a lot longer than a year ago. It's funny how some things you're like, holy shit, it's been a year already. And then other things you're like, holy fuck, that was only a year. It was a year ago. It feels like forever. It seems like we've been living in a post-Trump assassination world for a long time.
Yeah. But so they wrapped up the here's the weird thing. I didn't realize they were still doing an investigation.
Well, the Senate wrapped up their investigation and they released it this weekend. And basically what it found was, you're not going to believe this, the Secret Service made a lot of mistakes.
Oh.
Kind of what we already knew. The report outlines what Chairman Rand Paul calls stunning failures by the United States Secret Service that allowed then former President Trump to be shot July 13th of 2024. The truth is, President Trump and the nation was fortunate that the once again president survived despite being shot in the head. Since that day, there has been another attempt on his life and further threats to do him harm, including most recently a renewed threat from Iran. Oh boy. Oh, that's why we released the report.
so we could talk about how Iran might have been involved, and there's a threat to us. Guys, we got to do something about this horrible country in the Middle East.
I was going to say, none of this shit happens in a bubble. There had to be a reason why they came out with this now. Oh, recently renewed threat from Iran. So we're allowed to bomb their generals on Iraqi tarmac and kill them.
Mm-hmm.
But we can make up threats from their government against Donald Trump, and then all of a sudden we got to go to war with them. This report reveals a disturbing pattern of communication failures and negligence that culminated in a preventable tragedy. What happened was inexcusable, and the consequences imposed for the failures so far do not reflect the severity of the situation. Well, what do you want the FBI to do? They helped plan the fucking thing. You want them to punish themselves too? I mean, how bad do you want them to play both sides? Are they supposed to fake it? I mean, we have the cell phone of the guy who shot the president. He had been in the same, geotagged area as an FBI field office. That FBI field office person's phone was at that guy's house numerous times, maybe meeting with the kid. Johnny, what kind of commercial did the shooter appear in?
I believe it was a BlackRock.
It was a BlackRock commercial. It's in a fucking BlackRock commercial. But, yeah, somehow this is Iran's fault.
The guy who actually fired, he's probably dead. Those two guys on the grassy knoll buried a half mile outside Terralingua.
You know that for sure?
Still got the shovel.
Things ain't always as they seem, are they, Gunny? Some Russian fella, they dropped a building on his ass. Holy shit, I met the son of a bitch. Yeah, things ain't always as they seem. Of course, there was another man. His name was Bob Lee Swagger. I wouldn't know, never met the man. That's how he knew he was a friend. Dad Vet with $1 says, breaking news, Trump just announced they're moving the Hawaiian Islands closer to the U.S. with a rope. All right.
Fuck yeah, dude. Let's tear them bitches in.
Fucking America, huh? Get on the horn. Tell them how to drag them son bitches down. Thank you very much, Dad Vet, for the breaking news update.
Thank you.
It's very important. So, yeah, they released so that's why the Senate released their findings. So that we could remind everyone that Iran is bad and that the Secret Service just made a really bad oopsie.
Yeah. It's entirely coincidental that all of this happens right after Netanyahu got here to deliver marching orders.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that too. And we did the Epstein stuff just before he got here.
Yeah.
All right. Butler, shooter, FBI. Let's see if we can still find those stories. Butler investigation updates, evidence photos.
I think just with the way the internet works, you're going to be finding a lot about the newest stuff.
Thomas Crooks FBI connection. Secret double life of Thomas Crooks. Nope.
He was a dirty Crooks.
FBI says possible social media account tied to Trump shooter. That's the other thing. We found out that this fucking kid he was the only 20-some-year-old in the world who didn't have a social media account and no social media footprint.
Nothing. Nowhere.
Wow, nothing here on the FBI. Should we type in?
Wasn't even friends with Tom.
Should we type in
over on MySpace.
Field office? Let's see. The FBI's Pittsburgh field office is investigating. That's not what we're trying to figure out why.
I said.
Boy, nothing about the cell phone.
Can you find the BlackRock commercial?
Yeah. Oh, I'll find that in a second. FBI cell phone. Nope.
No.
Nothing there.
Weird.
Nothing there. That's strange how that just all went away. So now I can sit here and act like I'm crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Because
you're fucking nuts.
What was the other one? The Thomas Crooks BlackRock commercial?
Yeah. The fucking BlackRock commercial where there's some sort of school thing and he's in it. He's in the commercial. It's really weird.
Here we go. There's the spot in the commercial where Thomas Crooks. Look at Thomas Crooks right there in the middle of a BlackRock ad. Weird how that happens. Do we have the actual commercial? Yeah, here it is.
My name is Brian DeLallo. I teach AP and Honors Economics.
Oh, there's our boy.
It's ironic. Out of all the people in all the world,
Of all the Trump rallies in all the world, she picks mine to come to.
In Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Here's looking at you, kid.
Financial well-being.
But we have nothing. Okay, but I have no fucking. If I go
weird
to
that
Thomas Crooks, FBI, cell phone. If I search that, why is Quantico leaking a story they can't get into Thomas Crooks' cell phone? Cell phone data. Here we go. Here's a crazy conspiracy theorist just like us. Cell phone data shows frequent visitor to Crooks and FBI building. Mobile ad data analysis by the Heritage Foundation's Oversight Project revealed that someone who regularly visited Thomas Crooks' Pennsylvania home also visited a building in D.C. near an FBI office. The analysis identified 9 devices linked to Crooks' home and work. These findings suggest Crooks did not act alone in the assassination attempt on Trump. Despite inquiries, Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle referred questions about Crooks' potential accomplices to the FBI. Huh.
Oh. So, well,
you think that would be welcome evidence?
Well, I mean, they must have run down all the leads, because if you tell the FBI that you think there's something hinky at the FBI, I'm sure they're like, well, we better suss that out in an effort of transparency.
Interesting. I can find it on Twitter. I can't find it when I Google it.
Well, I mean, what? What, now you're going to tell me that, like, fucking Bezos and fucking all the Meta and the tech people are all fucking sucking Trump and the government's dick, and they're weirdly somehow sweeping for them?
I would never.
Next, you're going to tell me during the Biden administration or the Obama administration that they were, like, working for the libs and, like, sweeping their stuff and really pushing for those people. Yeah, right.
I would never say that. I would never. I mean, that would just be crazy conspiracy talk.
That's like saying the world's richest man is for sale.
New York Times confirms, this is breaking news from overnight. New York Times confirms Fauci's pardon was signed by Otto Penn at the direction of an assistant, to which Rand Paul tweeted this morning about an hour ago, "Today I will reissue my criminal referral of Anthony Fauci to the Trump DOJ." Hey, Rand, awesome. That sounds great. Can I give you a
Gonna go nowhere.
Yeah, can I give you a spoiler alert? Ain't shit gonna happen, buddy. Ain't shit gonna happen. Sorry.
I do like that it does point out a theory that a lot of us had, that, like, in the last few months of the Biden administration, he was just, and they're like, all right, and stamp and stamp and stamp, and you get a pardon, and you get a pardon, and you get a pardon.
You know what I searched for on YouTube yesterday?
What?
I searched why was Hitler mad at the Jews?
Okay.
I just wanted to see the results I got on YouTube. Like if there was a documentary about it or something breaking down, you know, like what happened during World War I. And like, because there's nothing wrong with saying, like, here's something that Jewish interests did around World War I, and this pissed off Hitler. It still doesn't make what Hitler did okay. Right?
Right, but a lot of people think you're kind of anti-Semitic.
But I want to know why the guy was mad. Right? Because it wasn't just one day for no reason at all. He was mad about
that's how
something.
some people would like it told.
But then I click and there's like one video and it's 2.5 minutes long and it's by an AI voice. And the AI voice is like, he believed in unfounded, untrue conspiracies about Jewish people and this and that. And it's like, okay, what about the specifics of those theories? Why can't we, like this? It's like every time there's a serial killer, we try to find out why he felt the way he did. And we even go back to, you know, women didn't talk to him when he was in high school. It's like, we don't blame those women for that guy being a serial killer.
No, that was the effect that it had on him long term. That wasn't intended, but it happened.
That was the effect. And it's like, maybe you wouldn't get, they're like, why is all this conspiracy shit cropping up again? All these, you know, every generation, blah, blah. It's like, Well, if you would just be honest with people and you would just give them all the facts and all the information, they wouldn't go to dark corners of the internet to go and find information.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, it was just because I searched it yesterday and I'm like, I know I'm not going to get any results, but I just want to see.
It's not going to give you like the actual historical stuff that happened that didn't paint any particular group in a good light kind of shit.
He was a mean racist dick. That's it. That's all you get. He was a mean racist dick. He's Sam Show. Sam Show. I've been aggravating Sam Show all morning. He says, I think there's sometimes where, like, I dig my shovel into the ground and I remove a patch of dirt, and Sam Show's like, yeah, let's keep digging, bro. And I go, okay, that's all the digging I want to do for today. And Sam Show goes, you piece of shit, asshole. You dick. Dad Vet with $1 says, watch the Final Solution on YouTube. It used to be on YouTube. They took it off. It gives you the Nazi side of it. You can find the links via Reddit. You know, even bin Laden, we want to know why he did what he did. Until you start digging into what he actually wrote and what he actually thought and why he did what he did. And then we just went to, they hate us for our freedom.
Yep.
It's like, really? They hate us for our freedom? That doesn't really make any. So why would they give a fuck about our freedom? I feel like
doesn't really, unless it's affecting them, I can't see why they'd give two shits.
Can't really understand why our freedom would be a thing.
Because I'm going to be honest, in America, women here have a lot of freedom. A lot of those countries, they don't. I'm not really fucking running down the streets screaming about it, or the streets.
Or you're not running down the streets. I've seen that. You're not really running anywhere. MSO says, will there be a Hitler-sponsored hole at the golf tournament? No, I'm not going to allow that. Even if someone pays for it, I'm going to refund their money. Yeah, Brian says, it's not like Hitler gave speeches or wrote a book explaining this. Right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that we've got the information that we need. Hey, am I going to have to admit I was wrong on tariffs?
I mean, the way it looks right now, yes, but I still say it's early to see where they go, because August is now the hard deadline.
I'm not saying that I'm not saying that I like tariffs now, but I hate tariffs. I don't like them. I think they're bad for free trade and all that. But Trump's got his approach to things, and if it works out, aces. If there's a trade war, I want to win it. Well, the USA had a budget surplus of $27 billion in June, compared to a deficit of $71 billion. I think they must mean the year before. Due to tariffs. Oh, they're saying we would have had a deficit of $71 billion had it not been for tariffs.
Okay. So it was a projected deficit of $71 billion. We're at, you said how much of
$27 billion. So about a $100 billion swing. Now, does that check out monthly? $100 billion a month, that would be $1.2 trillion. But our deficit is way bigger than that every year. It's like 2.5 or something like that. USDebtClock.org. Let's see. Where are we at officially? National debt, $37 trillion. Hey-oh. Deficit, $2 trillion. Why do they keep having this Doge clock running and it's at $555 billion? Isn't that kind of a farce at this point?
Yeah, but it looks good for wins.
I guess so. We're at 123% debt to GDP ratio. Fuck. Military spending, $913 billion a year. We're about to go clean over the $1 trillion mark for the military-industrial complex. Give yourselves a hand. Interest on the debt, we pay $1 trillion a year in interest. So Medicare, Medicaid, interest on the debt, Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, interest on the debt, then the military are our biggest expense items. And only one of them is under $1 trillion, and that's the military. Holy shit. We're at 341 million people in the country.
Yeah.
Holy fuck. How much payroll tax revenue we bringing in? $1.7 trillion a year, and we have $3.1 trillion in obligation every year. Because the payroll tax is Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid.
So we have more obligation than we're taking in?
Quite a bit more, actually.
That sounds... excuse me, I'm the guy who's confused. Well, actually, I'd like to again point, I was not confused. I'm the guy who vaguely understands islands. How do we make that? How do we square that circle if we have all these obligations, but
you either have to lower your spending on those programs and limit your obligations, or you have to increase the tax that provides the revenue, which would cripple businesses because they have to pay 7.5% on every dollar that they pay an employee, and the employee has to pay 7.5% on every dollar they make.
They earn.
Yes. Also, future tariff tax revenue, $667 billion a year.
Yeah, I don't know, but there's too much future, and it will count. After the Doge thing, I have trouble believing any of this.
Honestly, if you could believe Doge at $555 billion and this at $6 billion, we could knock out more than half the deficit on those two things alone.
Yeah, but we already know there's 0 Doge cuts.
Right. They have to be codified by Congress, and
they turned it down.
Yeah. Nova says, Aaron, you are lucky your ancestors fled Germany based on what they did to Ernst Röhm. Wait a minute, but they suspected Ernst Röhm of being a homosexual. Oh. I see. Bapa Shab says Elmo is Mecha Hitler's second in command. That's the way it seems. Grok and Elmo are forming the tandem for the New World Order. Bigot on socialist media says, that next election, that's going to change everything.
Right? We'll finally get somebody different in there.
Jesus Christ. I don't know, man. That debt clock thing... it's just like, and then them saying that we posted a surplus in June, like it's just all these numbers are on computer screens and they're all fuckable. They're all just there's wiggle room on all of it, and what does that mean? And hey, we got a $27 billion surplus in June, and now next month they'll be like, hey, we had an $80 billion deficit, and it's like, okay, so that's wiped out.
Uh-oh.
We got our CNN. The last thing we're going to do today is our CNN guy running the numbers.
Okay.
CNN did a poll on the amount of Americans that are concerned about climate change.
Oh.
And what do you think CNN is hoping for in this polling?
I think they want everyone to be concerned about climate change because, golly, gee, gosh darn, it's so bad.
They want everyone to be worried about that gosh darn gee golly climate change. Well, here's what our boy over at CNN, and like you said, I don't buy all of his surprise and shock and then the anchor's surprise and shock, because it's like, you guys go over these numbers, you rehearse.
Yeah. You're like the meteorologist. You go over the weather maps.
Exactly.
You know what it's going to look like.
Well, here we go. Here's our boy, and then I got to pee, and then I got a deck to stain.
Are Americans afraid of climate change? And the answer is Americans aren't afraid of climate change. Climate activists have not successfully made the case to the American people. I want you to take a look here. Greatly worried about climate change. We have data going all the way back since 1989. Look at that. It was 35%, 2000, 40%, 2020, 46%, and 2025, 40%, which is the exact same percentage as back in 2000, despite all of these horrible weather events.
So he's saying the same thing we've all been saying. Like, despite all of these horrible weather events, nobody gives a fuck. Right. Yes. Honestly, about the percentage of the country that is Democrat is the same percentage that is greatly worried about climate change. It's almost like if you keep browbeating the fuck out of these people, they'll eat what you're feeding them.
Percentage of Americans who are greatly worried about climate change has stayed pretty gosh darn consistent.
Whoa, language, buddy. Come on, there's children watching.
Easy.
I'm just kidding. It's CNN. Nobody's watching.
Which kind of boggles the mind a little bit. Granted, everything that we see on our television screens, our computer screens, the hurricane.
Yeah, granted. I love that he says that. Granted, all the propaganda we've been force feeding you for 40 years on this fucking issue, and you goddamn retards won't listen to us and be really terrified. That is kind of the quiet part out loud that he just did. He just went,
yeah.
Despite all the fucking propaganda we've been pumping up your assholes for the last 40 years, why won't you be afraid?
It's almost like we've been telling you this shit, and then you put down your tablet, and you look outside, and you go, nah.
I think we're good.
Tornadoes, the flooding, but yet greatly worried about climate change, 40% in 2025, the exact same percentage as back in 2000.
To which the bosses at CNN are like, why can't we fucking scare these people? And then they all gather around, they put their heads together, and they go, I know, it's all Joe Rogan's fault.
Climate activists have not sold their point and their case. Like, yeah, it's almost like fucking gluing yourself to the road or sitting in an orange shirt going, stop burning fossil fuels isn't a way to win people to your side.
Jim Sharkey calling that guy Temu Steve Kornacki. Kind of.
Okay.
Kind of. NF Cap says, Johnny, there are Doge cuts. It's all in fired employees so far. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Okay.
They did shutter not Doge. They shuttered USAID, and they fired shitloads of employees. So there are savings.
So are
there.
those cuts that, like, and that's what we're seeing, or just a part of it?
I have a hard time believing it's
all that.
Yeah, $500 billion worth, but who knows?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to get out of here. You're back at 1 o'clock, right?
Yes, sir. Me and Digger will be back at 1.
1 o'clock, just like Brian McKnight. And Johnny and Digger will be back at 1 on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch on Just Kidding LLC. I'll be back at 6 o'clock. Hopefully you're hanging out outside, enjoying the beautiful weather, and you catch us whenever you can. I'll have the OBS thing fixed up by then. Like, subscribe. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. Johnny, have a great rest of your day. The rest
Have fun
of
staining
you,
your deck.
I got to go stain I got to pee first. I'm dancing over here. Thank you guys very much for keeping us ahead again. We appreciate it. Another win for the toe, and we'll see you soon.